You still working just a couple days a week, or are you now 5 days that we got here?
I guess I was 3 days a week, but I think it was easier.
Okay, I wouldn't assume that's well. No, there you can take down there, the other things. But now in Rockville, you have to see the side. Right now, you've got class about this pretty often. I didn't know. I'm always going to go down there.
Oh, yeah, I slept for 8 hours.
Riding back, well, you can't miss this. Oh, you charge your charge this night, and the sense that you can take, I ain't got nowhere to go. But we get the road. It's in my job. Good property. When people really order, big sad, so good, big rest.
Doing well.
So. I didn't ready my plug in by. You put on that. Oh, this is sort of bring up nine. Oh, where I got out is behind my seat. Oh, okay. No, this right here slide. That's why I was putting it down. So I think it's like a safe band.
Morning.
I just want flattered. I just should be like our other ones. And black out, question out, like, you know, backwards. Now they see all this. Get back over there.
Now it's like.
I don't think any. You're one eye. Free from. Yeah, we'll go. Okay. To Kyle. Yeah. I literally. I can find for green without music. Yeah.
I gotta ask. You gotta pay some electric. You gotta pay the electric fees. Using brands, You all right?
No, you know about me. Good job. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Nothing but good can happen. And we started, make it, set it up, where other counties are going to be part of it. Yeah. Thank you. Very good. Thank you for being me. It's gonna lots of more communication about stuff going on this time. Are you so good?
I made for it's over. I made for it's over. I'm like,
I did, I made free.
Not very long time, losing here. Yeah.
Big guy. All right.
Huh?
We may make it easy. I'm close already. I've been there before.
All right, it's 9 o'clock. You please stand for our invocation and our pledges to the flag. I've asked David Barber to open us in prayer.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day today and our many blessings. Father, I thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this meeting today. Thank you for those in attendance. Thank you for the families that are represented here today. Father, I ask that you be with these commissioners as they make important decisions for you and for Van Zandt County. And during this month of May, there's a lot going on that I want to recognize our high school graduates as they are coming up on some exciting days in their lives. And I just ask that you be with them as they move into the next chapter of their lives after graduation. Father, I ask that you be with us as we carry on with our responsibilities each and every day. I ask that you forgive us of our sins, and all this we pray in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Pledge to the American flag. Salute. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pledge to the Texas flag.
Honor
Honor.
the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, indivisible.
Thank you. That sounded great. We need to do that. So, all right, I'll call this meeting to order. I would like to ask everybody to silence your cell phone, please, so that we don't have any interruptions. And we will have general announcements. I'd like to announce that tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we will have a National Day of Prayer, where we pray for all the entities that in the county and in the state related to the Lord's will, the Lord's guidance for us. So it'll be in the courtroom across the hall, which is a little bit bigger. So feel free to come and attend that. All right. And now I'd like to explain, because we have so many people that are probably new here and don't know the idiosyncrasies of the commissioner's court and operation. We have public comments, and they're designed for the agenda items. Okay. And then we have workshops set up. The workshops are designed to have an interaction with the commissioners. Okay. That allows us to respond back to you. That's why we set it up that way. And there is no time limit on speaking. Just ask that you use your discretion in that regard, especially in light of the number of people we have here. So it allows public comment, and the regular agenda, which is after the workshops, we schedule all the workshops first. We'll take a break after the workshops and allow anybody that wants to sign up to speak on an agenda item, which is item 8 and on, then they can sign up with one of these sheets right here, and we will address that. On the regular agenda items, you have 5 minutes, you're limited to 5 minutes, and there is no interaction. It's your public comment and on the agenda item we're going to discuss. So those of you that filled out, while you're not required to in the workshop to fill out a form, we'll go ahead and go with them first. Those that have signed up and submitted this. And then after that, we've gone through that list, then anyone else will be allowed to speak in that regard. So so we won't do the public comments right now. We'll do that after the workshops, and I will move on to item number 4, discuss game rooms. And Commissioner Curtis,
So we didn't have anybody sign up for anything on the first part of the agenda?
we're going to do that after the workshops.
Okay.
Okay.
So after the moratorium meeting that we had a few weeks ago, I went away thinking about the game rooms and the games in Van Zandt County. And my thoughts were, if it's legal, why are we regulating them? And what I mean by that is, if it's good business, why don't we let everybody do it if they want to do it? And if it's illegal, why are we permitting them? And then I watched Van Zandt County TV, the interview with Senator Hall. And the thing that made me think was the $5 payout law I had a lot of questions about that because I have, heard testimony after testimony after testimony of people playing the games in the gas stations and winning as much as $6,000, walking out with $6,000. So, and I couldn't get any of those people to come testify today. I kept hearing something about the IRS, but anyway, so, we may have to subpoena them if we go any further than this, but some of my questions are, I got to thinking about how much time is our fire marshal spending there doing inspections, and how much are we charging to permit these game rooms and games? How many call outs does the sheriff office get at these locations? How can a machine be legal if it pays out more than $5? And who tracks how much money is running through those machines? Like, who keeps up with that? Those are the questions I kind of wanted answered today, if somebody could answer them.
All right. So in deference to our respected Senator Wild Hall, would you like to go first?
Up to you, Judge.
You're welcome to go first.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for hearing this. I think there's been enough talk out there in the public that the public needs to answer your questions, Commissioner, and any questions anybody else has. I'm just going to speak from what does the law say. I've got some handouts for you because I'll pull up some of this and you can read it for yourself. Most of it is right here. But if you start at the very top, our Constitution from day one has prohibited gambling, period. Exceptions were made when there were constitutional amendments that brought in bingo and the lottery. And where you take a look at that, but it's not much time, reason to spend much time on there. It's very clear in here that it's been upheld. And not only upheld consistently, but I'll come back to that a little bit later, of what's happening in the courts. But then we have our penal code, chapter 47. Chapter 47 is a Texas law. Texas law applies to all of Texas and of all things. So no matter what you're doing, and like any other law, if you're operating under another code section, you can't violate another section of law in order to operate under there. So it has the rule of law. And I marked a few things in here of importance that you need to keep in mind as you're going through this. It starts out by defining what a bet is to win or lose of something of value solely or partially by chance. And it defines a gambling device. It never talks about a game. It talks about a device. And this device means any electronic, electromechanical, or mechanical contrivance not excluded in paragraph B above, that for consideration affords the player an opportunity to obtain anything of value, the award of which is determined solely or partially by chance. That means if there is any chance involved in a game, it is considered gambling, no matter how much skill the rest of the game may have. That's what that means. Even though accompanied by some skill, it says it very clearly. Does not include any electronic, mechanical, or mechanical contrivances made and adopted solely for bona fide amusement purposes. Bona fide amusement purposes mean you play the game for the fun of it. You don't get anything for doing it. So it's not, doesn't apply to that. So that is what Penal Code 47. Now, if you go to the local code that allowed game rooms, talk about game rooms. we will see, it's marked with one of the more pertinent points in there. It begins, amusement redemption machine means any electronic, electromagnetical, mechanical contrivance made and adopted for bona fide amusement purposes. Again, that means for the fun of it, a game room to play a fun game for the fun of playing. That rewards players exclusively with non-cash merchandise, prizes, toys, or novelties, or a representation of valuable redeemable for those items with a wholesale value available from a single play of the game or device in an amount not more than 10 times the amount charged to play the game, or $5, whichever is less. So that's very clear. If you got something that you are using it, it's got to be less than $5. That's one. That's not very consistent with what you see posted on Facebook. And it goes on to say, once again, solely for bona fide amusement purposes. It picks up on that quite a bit. And then if you see, if we go over to, I think it may be the last page. The last thing in the section 234.140 effect on other laws, this subchapter does not legalize any activity prohibited under the penal code or other state laws. So setting up game rooms with this, it clearly says it's already there in general interpretation of law, specifically says that it cannot violate any other law. Any other law is the penal code that says you can't get. So that's on the last page of what I just handed you. Now, the question is, where has this been in courts? Well, we did an in-depth study of court decisions. We found it going all the way back to 1861. The Supreme Court has consistently ruled on what gambling is very clearly, without any exception. But it goes beyond that. It goes beyond what gambling brings to a community. What people have come to me talking about in terms of the seedy side of life, prostitution, drugs, child pornography. It all is attracted by gambling. And we did another report, I'll give you a copy of it, about the scourge and what it does to a community and what has been done. And it's upheld by people who have come to me with, Bob, you wouldn't believe what I saw in the parking lot. You wouldn't believe what I saw going on in the back room, etc. So, or right there. And then, if there's any question about that, what it's there, people post on Facebook. Here's one, $40 in, $3,000 out. One of the rings with a ticket that identifies the devil was the club right here in Van Zandt County. And even the operator refers to their customers as gamblers. Here's a Facebook post. Does anyone know these gamblers? There's a photo of someone there. So it's tongue in cheek when people talk about these are skill games out there. It's pretty clear what the law says. And I've talked to these other counties. And in the last couple of months, we've had other counties clamping down on this. They let it ride and people finally got fed up, had enough. And so they react. Harrison County just shut them all down. Harrison County, Smith County and Lindale shut down an operation. Henderson County shut down an operation. I've spoken with several district attorneys in other counties. The answers they gave me were real clear and simple. Our county enforces the law. We don't allow them gambling in this county. That's what they said. Now, granted, there'll probably some that pop up, there are here and there. It's another prescription. But, and other people have asked, well, why didn't the state come in and do something? That's not the state's job. Enforcement of the law is the county's job. There are certain things the state does. But even if the state were to come in, the Rangers were to come in to DA's office, the prosecution would have to be through the county. They have arrest authority, but no real prosecution authority. So that last report just explains, if you haven't read it, why. The answer is that someone from the state hasn't come in. It's because it's the county's responsibility to follow Texas law. And I think what I just outlined up here, starting with the Constitution, the Penal Code, and the game room. And even the game room law itself says that you cannot operate anything that is illegal in the game room. The other discussions had is, well, we've had court decisions. The games of skill are okay. We had a decision that was made, a court ruling, it was made here in the 294th, that is misrepresented across the board for those using that to justify the use of skill games. That decision was based on two games only, on whether or not they were considered skill or not. The ruling said, yes, those two games are games of skill. That's all it did. That's all it did, was say those two specific software games are games of skill. Has nothing to do with gambling or any other game out there, no matter what it is. It's just those two that were named in that lawsuit. And I've got it if somebody wants to see it. With that, you have a question, I'll be glad to address it, answer it.
What, thank you for all this information. The question I have is, every game, every machine that's in our county has a permit from the comptroller's office. And they have to get, they have to submit the manufacturer and serial number. What does that permit represent?
It represents a sticker. That's all. It's the same sticker that's required on every coin operated machine in the state. That's all it means. There's no inspection. There's no, what does it do? How does it operate? Nothing about its legality. What it is just if you have in a business a coin operated machine, you have to have that permitted through the comptroller's office. And that brings up one other point that I missed. People keep referring to, and what I saw when I saw a demonstration were machines, devices that had on it clearly a by chance spin. And it also had a follow me. For those who don't know, this is supposed to be the skill game. The law says a device with a chance game on it is illegal. It's not the games on the machine. It's the device. It's the machine itself. So any machine that they put one where you spin, which is what most people play because that's where the big money is made. And to follow me on there, so they say, oh, it's a game, it's a game of skill. They just make a choice to not play the game of skill. That's not what the law says. The law says the device is illegal if it has a game of chance on it and is paying out more than $5.
It's clear. That's pretty clear.
Yeah. That, I mean, it's in black and white. It's not that. The interesting thing about it is that unlike some laws that are written very convoluted, where you have to work real hard to figure out what it means, these laws were written in words of one syllable almost to clearly state that gambling is illegal. A device that has a gambling game on it, even if it has a game of skill on it that you claim that people play, it is still illegal.
What are you asking the Commissioners Court to do, Senator Hall?
I just came to participate in the workshop. I think the law is pretty clear what needs to be done. The county works as a team. It's not necessarily the commissioner's court to enforce the law. I just want people to recognize that the law is not being enforced. And the law is very, very clear about it. And the question has come up and asked it, so I've talked, I've written on it. And when you put it on the agenda, I said, well, maybe this will be an opportunity for people to understand what does the law actually say? Because I've heard words coming out of people who are very close to some of these operations. It's obvious that they have picked a twist to the law that does not exist and have been allowed to continue to operate. Because you have to ask yourself, why are these machines not in some of these other counties?
So
Now, that as a recognized, accepted business, yes, there might they may spring up here or there or down, but they get shut down pretty quickly.
So the other counties haven't permitted them.
Huh?
The other counties that shut them down haven't permitted the game rooms.
No, when this bill that was passed that opened the game rooms up, it was passed the first session I was down in. They had passed a similar bill just for Harris County the session before. And the reason was Harris County was operating with these so-called game rooms, but they made them private clubs. And you had to have a reference from a member to get into the club. So law enforcement had no opportunity to go in and do a sting operation or observe what was going on because they were private clubs. So our current now Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, as a senator, proposed a bill to create game rooms, opened up to the public and prohibited private clubs. That was in the bill. It's in there. You'll see the words, no private clubs. So it opened up. The idea behind that was now we can see what's going on in there. And if they are legal, then that's fine. Let them operate with amusement games only, not gambling. Well, the next session, some of the folks said, we need that in our county. Well, my reaction to that was, wait a minute, gambling is illegal. If we pass that bill, we're going to try to regulate something that's illegal, and that we can't do. We've demonstrated that with alcohol, tobacco, and vape shops and drugs and all kinds of stuff. We attempt to regulate it and it doesn't work. So I was one of the few, I voted against that bill because I thought it was a bad idea. Gambling was illegal. We just need to enforce the law, but it passed. So that's how it came to be.
So so your purpose here is to just disseminate this information. You're not asking for any different action. That may have been the better question. What action are you asking for?
I'm obviously what I see here, if it is violating the law, it needs to stop. And I felt that what is happening is because nobody understands what the law actually says. They believe a few twisted interpretations that have been passed around by people that talk about skill games and this kind of stuff. And that's not what happened. You don't win $6,000 at a skill game. And so I would want people to be informed about what the law really is. And then if you after this, you need to take the action that needs to be taken. This is a law enforcement issue. So I don't think you fix anything by recalling the game room ordinance. It'd be a good start, but it won't stop because counties that don't have the game room ordinance have them operating until law shuts them down. But repealing that would be a good start. It'd be a move in the right direction.
Is there not any state agency that is responsible for the regulation of game rooms?
No.
Or overseeing it?
No, it's a state law, and it's like the rest of the laws. It's up to the counties to manage their county, to enforce the law in the counties. If the Rangers could come in, absolutely, the Rangers could come in, or the AG could send a team in and shut them down. But they'd have to bring their case to the courts in this county. That's across the board. That was done a long time ago to not have a concentration of legal power in one case, one location down in Austin for the entire state, is to have a dispersion of power, which is closer to government of the people and by the people, assuming that counties were going to be led by people who understood the law and would enforce the law.
In the court case that you mentioned before, you pointed out that there were two games there. What differentiates those two games from the rest of the games that are out there in the convenience stores and the game rooms, et cetera?
The ones I've seen in the convenience store, they most of them just, what I saw was just one game, and it was a pure game of chance. There wasn't a lick of skill in that game.
So is it your contention that the sheriff's office needs to be going in and stopping these locations?
Well, I think this, because I've been told the city of the town of Edgewood has already said, ain't going to be in my town.
Well, municipalities, they are under a different.
Yeah,
set of
I mean,
circumstances than
Kent
county.
could do the same thing. Wells Point could do the same thing. Any town could do the same thing. I'm just want to make people aware and have people start doing their job.
And I think that's where I was trying to figure out, who is it that is it the enforcement from the level of the sheriff's office is not going out there and because how do they know whether or not one of these games is in compliance or not in compliance with the?
It won't do the sheriff any good to go out and do something if the DA is not going to prosecute.
Have there been cases where the DA has not prosecuted?
My conversations with her, she has told me that all the games in here, and I had a meeting at one location to look at them, were skill games. That was my first exposure. I wasn't sure what I was looking at the time in there, but I was described that they were skill games. And they clearly, there may be a skill game on some of these machines out there, but nobody goes in there to play a game of skill. They go to Chuck E. Cheese. They want to do that.
So Chuck E. Cheese is in compliance.
That is good news.
You obviously haven't gotten a little fuzzy bear with it.
I read all that on section 47. The last 2 days I've been reading it to try to find where's the loophole in it on the $5 payout. There is no loophole as far as I can tell. And the skill games that I've seen, they said they call them skill games. So there are, look, I don't know. I've never played them, but I had a older gentleman said, I'll show you how to play this. And I watched him lose $50 in about 10 minutes. And he kept saying, well, the next time. But basically what it is two of them come up in line and one of them's out of line and you move that one up and then you get paid out. There's no skill in that.
That
Almost
one,
like the guy said,
the
almost Ronnie Millsap could get that one, but.
The follow me is absurdly complex to do that. What you're talking about, it goes in, you got three wheels that spin, and you got to line up just like in Las Vegas. Got to get three alike to line up, and that's when you win. And you'll spin it and then every now and then you get, let's say it's a star on the left, a star on the right, but there's a star in the middle one that's one line above or one line below. And a light comes on, flashes, says, push me down. And you reach up and you push it down. That's a skill. That's what we call skill. You push it down.
That's what I saw.
And that is, I don't see how that any semi-intelligent person could interpret that as justifying it as a skill. Even if it is, right next to it is another game, the follow me that has a supposedly mental skill. When skill was first talked about, we were talking about things like rolling the ball, playing pinball machine, shooting a basketball, physical skills in there. But even with that, if there's any element of chance, the law says it multiple times, then it is gambling. no matter how much skill is attached to it, the next step of the way.
And some of the games have two games in one game.
Yeah, yeah. And one,
That's why they call them skill games, because you have an option to play one or the other.
and the law talks about devices,
Right.
meaning the machine itself. So it may have both kinds on there, but the machine is illegal.
Thank you, Senator Hall.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
If you get any questions afterwards, call me. Be glad to try it.
Are you hanging around for the rest of this discussion?
Wouldn't miss it.
All right, I'm gonna go through this stack as it was given to me. Next we have Jana Dean. Okay, what precinct do you live in, Jana?
Precinct 3,
Okay,
and I'm here to discuss precinct 2 and precinct 3, but I live in precinct.
proceed.
Okay, so I have a little speech. I am happy to answer your questions, Mr. Curtis. I believe I have a lot of those questions, answers for the questions that you asked. But I'll just start in here. My name is Jana Dean Maxey. I'm the current president of the Children's Advocacy Center of Van Zandt County, a founding board member of the Wills Point ISD Education Foundation, and a very, very soon to be mother of 3. Today, I represent 7 local charities, as well as the game rooms in precinct 2 and precinct 3, which are Cat Daddies and Luckies. I'm here to talk about perception versus reality when it comes to the game room ordinance. In recent months, social media and podcasts have created a negative narrative, one that does not actually reflect what is happening in our community. Unfortunately, much of that information is being accepted as a fact without basis or evidence. So let's talk about reality. Specifically in reference to the game rooms in precinct 2 and 3 only, Cat Daddies and Luckies, which are adjacent to charitable bingo halls. Since inception, these establishments have distributed profits of just under $1 million to these local charities through bingo funds. These are distributions, not personal donations. I also want to be very clear. These game rooms do not pay cash. A significant portion of bingo revenue comes directly from the game room winners in our halls. Patrons are not just from Van Zandt County. They travel from Dallas, Kaufman, Henderson, Hunt, Wood, Rains, and Rains County to spend their money. That money is then turned into and pumped into our local Van Zandt County economy and local charities. Both of these establishments have provided a safe environment for many individuals, including families, over the last 4 years. They have no issues of crime. We have hired on-site security. Several children and families continuously attend our bingo sections and the facilities throughout the year. These game rooms are very clean, well-maintained, and safe. You can confirm this with any law enforcement agency in the county. Now, the heart and the idea behind the ordinance when it was presented back in 2022. In 2022, the ordinance was presented to regulate game rooms in Van Zandt County in a manner which they would be safe, fun environments for amusement entertainment. It was brought to introduce a business model that makes not only a positive but significant impact on local charities in the county, while also reducing a significant financial burden on local businesses who are hit up constantly for donations. So what's the purpose of the ordinance and why is it a positive thing for Van Zandt County? It gives the fire marshal the authority to regulate and permit. I have to brag on our fire marshal for a second because he has worked really hard the last 2 years improving the regulation process, making sure that all the rules are followed, paperwork is great, ensuring the establishments are safe for the environment for our employees and for our customers. The regulation at high level includes the following. All employees must have their driver's license on file with the fire marshal. Game room facilities are inspected annually. Owners cannot have a criminal background. There's a clear open communication between business and fire marshal offices to ensure they're being followed. There are rules regarding windows and visibility from the inside and the outside. There's rules regarding hours of operations. Specifically, with guidance from the fire marshal, Cat Daddies and Luckies has invested over $50,000 this last year to install fire alarm systems at both facilities to improve fire safety. More importantly, the ordinance gives the county the ability to act quickly against illegal operations, finding unpermitted game rooms up to $10,000 per day and shutting them down without draining local law enforcement resources. Without this ordinance, the reality is very different. Unregulated, potentially illegal game rooms could open anywhere. The county would be forced into lengthy investigations, undercover operations, costly battles just to address them. law enforcement would have their hands full investigating and regulating on already stretched budgets and limited resources. For example, no ordinance means a person who is a convicted felon from operating an illegal game room could open a game room in Van Zandt County. And in order for the county to shut them down, they would be draining unnecessary resources. My question today is if everyone in this room understands the positive impact of this ordinance and the game rooms in our county, why would they be making such a fuss? On this ordinance, unless there's other underlying motivation or misrepresentation. The ordinance is working. It was put in place to prevent the bad, regulate and hold accountable the good, while having complete transparency with the county on the business operations. This afternoon, I will email you all letters from our charities in which they can explain the impact Cat Daddies and Luckies has made on their organizations in the last 4 years. But also several are here today. Are here today to speak in regards of the impact of the game rooms and this business model has brought in the last 4 years. And what will happen if you just decide to repeal this ordinance. I know I'm limited on time today. I would love to continue this conversation with anybody that has any further questions or comments. I believe working together as a community to make a positive impact on Van Zandt County, a place where I was born and raised, is what everyone in this room is striving for. And I applaud each and every one of you for sitting at this table and taking responsibility in the county that many will talk about and criticize, but never attempt to help solve. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
I have a question. Do you get money from the game side or just the bingo side?
Are you asking me specifically? So, I make money on the bingo side. Yes, I do all the accounting on the bingo side, so I get paid a fee for that. And then, the owner of the game room, I work for the owner of the game room as well, so he can say yes.
And you're with the Child Advocacy Center.
And I'm with the Child Advocacy Center and the Education Foundation.
So as long as you make money, you're okay with breaking the law.
All legal business.
That is,
Please control your comments.
not it.
We have someone who has the floor right now, so.
Yes.
Did you have?
No, I think the question that she was asking was gonna be kind of down the road
Yep.
So if the game room, does the money for Child Advocacy Center and some of these other areas come from the bingo side or from the game room?
The
side?
bingo side.
And what you had mentioned before is that a lot of people who play on the game room side contribute on the bingo
So
side?
we do not pay cash. You cannot win cash in our game room. The only thing you can win is a gift certificate to go play bingo. That's all you can win.
I see.
And that gift certificate has a non-cash merchandise price of $5 or less.
Do you know if all of the game rooms operate in the same manner? I know you're
No.
just talking about.
I'm only
Lucky's
talking
and
about Luckies and Cash.
So the other
I
game rooms
cannot-
may operate different.
I cannot speak on that.
Okay.
Yes. So significant portion of the bingo revenue that these charities are receiving, those people come and they play and they win, but they cannot win cash. Like,
Okay.
that is not,
And that's for 2 and 3, Lucky's and.
that is
yeah,
correct.
Understood.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I have a question. Because those are bingo, the bingo's the rules that you're making to be there, right? We have different games, they have different games. We need to understand that part.
Who are
We
you?
have skill games.
Who are you?
Everywhere else. I'm Rowdy,
Okay, all right.
but did say that first?
No, I was just curious who you were.
Just for clarity, yeah, because I'm.
I'm Rowdy, but yeah, we have skill games. Bingo has its own rules to make it legal, I donate 10%. We're not included in 47. They keep
And-
saying that, but people, and y'all guys have mentioned too, some of y'all guys have, A-liners. The whole concept is A-line, we don't have A-liners. There's not one A-liner in Vincent County, so we need to quit hearing that. That's illegal. We're against A-liners, so that's all I gotta say.
And which game room are you associated with, Mr. Howe?
Rowdy Head and Rowdy's Game Room.
So are you different? Do you operate differently than,
Yeah, we don't have bingo, we don't need bingo, because we're 100% legal, we have skill. Maybe I need to visualize the skill game, give me, show you, I can visualize, give me two, let me have 2 volunteers, I'll visualize it right now.
Well,
See what I'm talking about.
we'll see if anybody else had any questions. You probably filled out a card, didn't you?
I didn't fill it out.
didn't fill it
I was gonna listen, but my ears are hurting right now.
All right, do you have anything else?
Janet?
Anna? Are you done?
what percentage of your net revenue goes to charity?
Net revenue, are you talking about on the bingo
On
side?
no, there is no charity from the game rooms.
Right.
It all comes from.
100%,
And
100% of the profit in bingo goes to charity.
what percentage of your gross revenue ends up going to charity?
So. Okay, I don't understand, on the bingo.
Let's say you took $1,000. Total paid to play the game, $1,000. How much is the check that goes to charity?
Well, let me just tell you what expenses come out, 'cause I don't know that percentage off the top of my head. But the expenses that come out of the bingo funds are. In one hall payroll, the other hall we cover payroll because they don't make enough money to. I want the charities to receive as much money as possible, so I actually pay, I say we, big bar or game room pays for payroll. Payroll comes out. The lessor fee comes out, which could be up to $600 a session if you have a grandfather bingo license. The accounting fee comes out and any bingo product and then utilities. Anything after that, all goes to charity.
Okay, what the answer to my question is 6%.
No.
Yes, that is how the licensee's annual report, I have the documents, show about 6% of gross revenue is paid out to charities. And what I talked about earlier was all about the game side. Bingo is an entirely separate issue.
That's categorically false.
What does it have to
So
tell?
our two false. Yeah. And I'm happy, our information is on the quarterly reports, we fall under TDLR, we're regulated under TDLR, we've been audited by TDLR. We've been investigated by TDLR, I can go on and on. And all of our reports are public information, and the quarterly reports are on the bingo portal, and I can pull any of those for you and our financials, and I'm happy to share that. And I'm happy to share with you.
Who is TDLR?
Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, and Mr. Hall can speak on this a little bit more, but in September, the last session, they closed the lottery commission, the state did. And so they moved bingo operations to TDLR, and that just happened this last.
So there's a state agency responsible.
That
for
is correct.
regulating.
And so when we have been audited, we've been audited in both halls. That at that point, it was under Texas Lottery Commission. All the bingo employees, unless they retired, went to TDLR. So it's the same people on the bingo side. From the Lottery Commission to TDLR. I think there's about 30 or 38 employees under that. And then they have investigators that come out and investigate. We've had investigators come in undercover, and they've tried to go play in the game room, and we have it on video. They tried to go play in the game room, and then they tried to get paid cash, and they tried to get our employees to pay them cash, and that's against the rules. And they're like, no, you have to. The only thing you can receive is a gift certificate to go play bingo, and that gift certificate only has value. This is very important. In that bingo hall, in a licensed session, you cannot win one in Cat Daddy's and go play it at Lucky's. Does not work. That's a different organization, different charities. So you win at Cat Daddy's, you have to play at Cat Daddy's in a licensed bingo session. And then that's what the value of that gift certificate is. Only during a licensed bingo session.
Yes,
Again,
sir.
don't confuse the bingo operation with the game room operation. We have this, it's kind of unique here. We've got a couple locations in which they're co-located, but bingo is regulated separately from the game rooms.
Okay.
Period. And all of what I talked about this morning, was about the game room side. Talked about the bingo note.
All right, let's move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Any questions? Let me know. Feel free to ask.
Bill Rust. What precinct are you in, Bill?
Really?
Okay.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Bill Rusk. I'm Vice President and Secretary of the Myrtle Springs Alumni Association. I'm a retired semiconductor engineer, and but these days I spend most of my time working with on my Myrtle Springs hay farm, just south of here a few miles. And also I work to keep the community center live to have served the community. I want to talk to you about Hot Shot Bingo and the impact they've had on our organization in our county, because without them, the story I'm gonna tell you would be totally different. How many of you know about the Myrtle Springs School Building? You know where it is, anything about it? You know?
I know about
I'm
where it
surprised.
is. Yes, sir.
It's built in 1929. By the way, it used to be a county school run by this organization in the county. It was funded by the state government under a special law that was passed back then to fund county schools. By the late, it survived the Great Depression, World War II, and generations of other changes. The school closed in 1977. And the future of the school, the building was uncertain. For a while, there was a squatter came in, took over the building.
Wow.
And there was a trial, there was a court proceeding, and Buckwin, Wills Point, you may know him, and he used to be an attorney, he's now deceased. He's the attorney who represented the group, the alumni group that did not want to see the squatter take over the old building. They were storing hay in it. The windows were knocked out, it was in bad shape. And so they wanted to save the old building as a piece of history for Texas. It becomes in Van Zandt County, showing what schools used to look like back in the early days. Myrtle Springs is an unincorporated community. That makes a real difference. We don't have city-funded parks. We don't have recreation centers. We don't have senior programs or public gathering spaces. Everything that's provided, every service, every event, every bit of support exists only because of volunteers. Small individual donations and quarterly profit sharing we receive from, guess who? Hot Shot Bingo. The truth is simple. Without Hot Shot Bingo at Wills Point, we would not be operating today. The building will be gone. It'd be a parking lot after that. By 2018, we were close to shutting the doors for good. We could barely keep the lights on. Then in 2022, Hot Shot Bingo accepted us as one of their sponsored charities. I'd heard about the Hot Shot Bingo being formed, and I approached Jana and others, and I said, can we be one of your charities? First answer was no. We already have all our charities selected, but some of those charities didn't work out. So I got a call later from Jana. She said, guess what? The Myrtle Springs Alumni Association still wants to be a part of the bingo, you can be a part of it. And since then, they've provided more than $78,000 to the Myrtle Springs Alumni Association. We operate the community center there in the building. 98%, and I've got facts and figures to show this, every dollar we received, that's $78,000. Their support is the reason this historic building is still standing today. Because of Hot Shot Bingo, we repaired and stabilized much of the foundation, we replaced dangerous flooring, renovated the kitchen, updated the restrooms to ADA standards. We had all plumbing changed out, which was horrible and in bad shape. And we restored an original classroom to the condition it was when it was a classroom. Up until then, it just turned out to be a junk room. But we restored it now to a museum of early Texas education. We recently had an open house, I think it was October the 4th, and we had over 200 people attended. That was a reopening of the building after we made these repairs, thanks to Hot Shot Bingo. Without Hot Shot Bingo, we couldn't have opened it. But we had over 100 people attended, and they had a great time. And we served everyone up, and we didn't charge a nickel. They got free food. The kids enjoyed playing on the playground. We have a playground outside too, by the young children. They enjoy it. It's our goal for the community center to keep that playground open forever. We never want it closed, and it'll always be a playground. We want to keep the community center open forever. We don't have any time limit. All the people working with the community center are volunteers. I'm a volunteer. I receive nothing. I drive down here on a regular basis to attend board meetings from Richardson. I receive no pay, no reimbursement for my gas or anything. We also apply for grants. Most of the grants I apply for are turned down. They're not accepted, but occasionally we'll get one. And that grant comes in and we're so excited about it. but it doesn't happen very often. We have a food pantry. Just about this past year, we started a food pantry, and it's an overwhelming success. It's run by one of the board members. She's doing an outstanding job running that food pantry. And unlike other food pantries, you don't have to show where you live to come and get food. All you have to do is call and say, I need food. And we provide the food. As a matter of fact, if someone calls and says, I cannot get there to get the food, I don't have a car, I don't have transportation. This board member, she gets her address and she gets the food. After she finds out what that is, she hand delivers the food to them. We have free community events and educational programs. Soon we're having another event coming up here. It's a ladies' tea party. And I'm not welcome to go. I'm not going, so I'm not going to. I guess I could crash the party if I wanted to, but they might not like that. But it's they're gonna have fun and games. And guess what the cost is for that? Nothing. There's no food, no charge. It's gonna be, food's gonna be provided, as was our last October the 4th, the open house. No food was required for, no payment was required for food. Food was provided. We also have a space for seniors and civic groups. They can come use the building. All they have to do is ask, just ask. And emergency support during storms. If anybody has their home blown away and they need temporary housing, we'll accommodate that. Also, very few people know this, but we're an emergency service center at no cost to the police, fire, and other agencies. If we have a horrible thing happen in the community, a natural disaster or anything, all they have to do is let us know. The building's theirs to use. We'll open it up. You come down and use the building, no charge, no fee. But we're not done. We have a lot of work to do. We've done a lot to that building with the money from Hot Shot Bingo. It's been really godsend to get this money. Like I said, we wouldn't be here today if we hadn't gotten that money, but we still have a lot of work to do. We have to continue our work with the foundation, flooring repairs. We still have to replace all 30 of the deteriorated windows, and they're old windows put in gosh, when the building was built. They're single pane, very poor insulation.
Bill, I hate to interrupt you, but we have a lot of people that need to talk.
Okay, I'll cut
Stuff.
past that.
You could wrap it up. please.
All total, it's gonna come to, about a little over 300,000 to finish. Future of the building and the future of every service it provides is dependent on Hot Shot Bingo. With the rules, when those rules are weakened, restricted, or burdened with new obstacles, the consequences will be immediate and irreversible. This 97-year-old landmark will disappear. And we just call on the commissioners court and you all gotta make good decisions, knowing that if Hot Shot Bingo goes away, we go away. That's all.
Yeah, am I correct that the agenda item for the workshop is game rooms?
Yes, sir.
Same business.
It's about game, bingo is not a part of game rooms, that's a totally separate item. So I think the testimony discussion here today ought to be on game.
Same business.
And not what church or something, that's totally separate issue. It's not part of.
Let me clarify,
Hey, hang on a second.
please. Let me clarify that point. A significant portion, the game room ordinance, if is repealed or changed or whatever, it will affect these bingo halls. Because a significant portion of the revenue that is then distributed to these charities goes through bingo. So they're speaking on bingo, but what will happen is the revenue will go away.
So they can't exist without the game rooms.
They won't make any money. Because
Which means they won't exist.
That's-
I mean, so they're tied together.
Yeah.
And the point is,
And-
very few game rooms and bingo are linked together. That's a rare example.
Well, but there was a vote on bingo, and in 2 and 3 it passed. And in 1 and 4 it did not
that is
pass.
correct.
So,
There's not bingo halls.
and you're saying that if there is no game room, it will be unlikely that the bingo can continue, which would impact these charities.
And that's.
Bingo, charity bingo exists, there's like 1,700 locations in the state, and very few of them depend on a
But we're talking about these, right? We're talking about Van Zandt County.
We're talking about Van Zandt County
That's right.
and the issue of game
Okay.
rooms. And,
So,
and bingo hall has no problem existing all over the state.
in the state's opinion, Senator Hall, what she had just said about the TDLR, if they're coming in there undercover and regulating it, so in the state's opinion, is that legal or is it illegal?
No, bingo is separate from the
No,
game.
I'm not talking about, I'm talking about the overall picture. If,
It was called out specifically in the legislation that established bingo. Exactly how it operated and what the state's role was. For game rooms, that was not done. It was handed off to the counties with a game room ordinance specifically passed for the counties to pass it and manage it themselves. Bingo is a statewide and it does have oversight at the state level.
I guess my question is, and I'm just trying to learn this.
Yeah, I'm just. fine.
Is what Jenna had said, there are game rooms and they're tied to bingo. And if the state came in there that regulated and didn't do anything about it, is it legal or is it illegal?
So my example that I gave is, and it like I said, it was on the TDLR, which at the time was the Lottery Commission. They went into the game room, which is a different building. Same roof, but different building. They went into the game room and they attempted to play the games, put money in the machines, and then they took that to the bingo hall and tried to get our employees to pay cash. They attempted to do that. It did not happen. And they left, case closed, ordinance, I mean, everything, there was no issue. I did have a follow-up call with them afterwards. They called me, we had a call, and that was the end of the session. But yes, that they did go into the other side of the building, and it's a different address, but different, and they went in there and tried to undercover, get us to do something that is not correct, and it did not.
Can I touch base on that? So in 20.
Yeah, station.
Identify yourself.
I'm David
Fox, one of the game room operators. In 2013, the state actually put a bill in place giving the counties the authority to regulate game rooms, how they go live. So this is what the state did. And we can get y'all. I'm working on getting y'all copies of it now. All right. Our next up, we have Amparo Mahler.
Can I ask Ms. Dean something? So you're telling me that people fund bingo on games of skill and they went, well, what are you?
You're a game of chance.
But you win nothing.
You win a gift cert, only thing you can win is a gift certificate that only has value in a licensed bingo hall at a licensed time. And I would love for you to come with it so I can walk through.
And how much is it worth?
$5.
Okay, Amparo Mahler. Did I butcher that?
No, you didn't.
Okay. Please, so what precinct are you in?
Does that mean where I work or where I live?
Where do you
I
live?
live in Smith County, Arp, Texas,
Okay,
and I am the executive director to the Children's Advocacy Center here in Van Zandt County. And so for today, I would like to share some information about who we are, what we do, whom we serve, and the impact of the absence of a Children's Advocacy Center. A Children's Advocacy Center is a safe, child-focused environment where children and families can seek help when there is an allegation of abuse, neglect, or violence. Instead of requiring the child to repeatedly recount painful and traumatic details to police, child protective services, prosecutors, and other service providers in different locations, the CAC brings these professionals together in one place to work as a team. The CAC is the only nonprofit organization in the county that is mandated and formally recognized under the Texas Family Law that you can find in Chapter 264. So what do? At the CAC, we serve children who have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, severe neglect, human trafficking, or have been have witnessed violent crimes. Our goal is to reduce trauma, provide safety, and support the healing process for both the child and their families through case coordination services conducted by a multidisciplinary team. Who we serve, the children and their non-offending family members. We provide in-house therapy, mental behavior health services, as well as family advocacy. But our services extend beyond our four walls. We have a health educator that goes out to the schools, daycare centers, community organizations to train on child abuse awareness, prevention, safety.
Ms. Mauer,
Yes.
I hate to interrupt you, but we are here to talk about game rooms.
Okay,
Okay, can you get to that point, please?
I can only share on the CAC, and right after me, I can share with those. And for us, we're a recipient of the bingo charity funds.
Okay.
And so I think that
Please do not.
They can't, not because of this group, but they keep talking behind me.
Would you please keep your comments to yourself, or we will ask that you leave the courtroom. Thank you.
I'll just share, and I'll end with this, that without the local Child Advocacy Center, law enforcement, and Child Protective Services will have to rely on a CAC from a neighboring county for forensic interviewing. That's what we do best here at the CAC. This will require children and sometimes investigators to travel outside the county for services. As a result, the coordinated joint investigation through this multidisciplinary team will be limited or unavailable within this county. And so the travel can delay, scheduling, increase the stress for the child and families, but removing, if we don't have funds, because we run on grants and community funds, if we don't have these funds, a local CAC it wouldn't give you what you need. And basically, we will remove all those barriers that I mentioned by centralizing all these services, reducing the trauma, and ensuring children are heard, protected, and supported. Bottom line, when we protect the children, we strengthen the families and then ultimately our community. So my ask is, please continue supporting your local CAC through this much needed community funding. That's my ask.
Thank you.
Next up, Cindy Malou.
I want to say something about what we were handed here.
Okay.
It says we have the right to regulate. It doesn't say we have the right to go against state law.
That's correct. No, yeah.
It is, in my opinion, a game that pays more than $5 is against state law.
It's gambling.
Any device.
Gambling.
Well, I'm not gonna argue about it because it's in section 47 and we're gonna differ on it. But this says we have the right to regulate, but it doesn't say we have the right to go against state law. So I understand that. The other thing I'd like to say before we go any further is all the things we just heard about the Child Advocacy Center and the Community Center in Myrtle Springs, those are good things. And I agree with funding those things. Wow. My question is how far do we want to compromise to raise that money? Like what else would we be willing to do? I don't like wearing a seatbelt, but I wear one because it's state law. If I choose not to wear it,
you don't have to.
That's exactly. That's right. I don't, but I could get a ticket for it if I break the law. It is the law, right? You understand what I'm saying?
But I asked the question a while ago and I still hadn't got the answer. With this bingo in game room, take Lucky's and Cat Daddies. And once again, I don't know the answer to this, but if it's getting regulated by the state of Texas, is it legal or is it illegal? I mean, it's getting regulated by the state.
Both of them are. So both sides are.
I guess
Yes.
Senator Hall, I ask you from the state, Is it legal or illegal, or do we not know?
Is your question, what is legal? What is it?
For right now, we're talking about precinct 1 and 3 with the game rooms and the bingo. Hold on, I know we're talking about game rooms, but the game rooms are tied to the bingo. You get the $5 voucher or whatever to go play bingo. I don't know. I've never been in one, so I don't know.
7014B, which is a non-cash merchandise prize of $5 or less. Non-cash merchandise, the wholesale value of $5 or less. It could be argued that a gift certificate has a wholesale value of pennies, but the value of that gift certificate is $5.
So my question is it legal or illegal, or we don't know, and why?
Let me try to answer that. But first, why is it limited? If it's $5, why is the sign out front say 15,480 jackpot?
So that jackpot is nothing to do with bingo, nothing to do with the game room. That is a game that is a game of hearts. Happy to walk you through that as well. 100% payback. No, doesn't cost us. I mean, it doesn't. There's no hold or anything like that. That's completely different. Completely different.
Game
And there's no device on that.
Bingo are two distinct operations. Distinct code that defines what they can do and how they can do it. Has oversight of it in there. In this case, here we've got two locations in which they work real hard to co-mingle the two. It makes it very difficult. That may come to the end on its own, but that's a separate. But the whole issue here is nothing to do with the bingo. We moved that out of the lottery commission. First thing in total and said, don't touch bingo, leave it alone, let it go. And but the gate, here what we're, as I understand it, game rooms out there, that's totally separate, different code, different enforcement, different law, all state law. But the difference being with the game rooms, the county was authorized to set up the game rooms. That means the county is the enforcement agency. Bingo is set up at the state level. There's no county intervention in between it. It's a state licensed state operation.
And that's where I was trying to get at. But I still don't understand with the way they've explained it. Is it legal or illegal? Because it's under the $5, which goes to the bingo. So what's the answer?
It's a game of chance.
I think if we solve the game room problem, the bingo problem will go away.
Yes, sir. Exactly. That is a perfect segue into my portion. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I am Cindy Maloof. I live in precinct 1. I'm a board member of the Child Advocacy Center of Van Zandt County. It's a perfect segue into that. You're right. If that game room goes away, then bingo will be resolved on its own because it will go away. And all of the things that we are talking about here will also go away. Okay. I'm here to talk about the impact a repeal on any ordinance that would impact bingo would have on the child advocacy budget. Our current sources of income are 3 grants. We get one from VOCA, which is Victims of Crime Act. We get one from HHSC, Health and Human Services Commission, and OVAG, which is other victim assistance grant. We get money from bingo. We get a small amount from the County Asset Forfeiture Fund, of which we're very grateful. And we get personal donations through fundraising. As of now, we're being told that HHSC will be reduced by 10% or $25,000 for us next year. We're also being told that the VOCA grant will go away by the end of 2027, which was $197,000 this year. We've received $176,000 since the inception of the bingo funds in fourth quarter of 22. Barring anything unforeseen, we're on track to receive $80,000 by the end of this fiscal year in September. So we are already at risk with the reduction and eliminations of these state grants. If bingo funds go away within the next 18 months, our budget will be impacted to the negative by $302,000 a year. It will not only cut needed services, but will also reduce employment opportunities in Van Zandt County. We can't control state dollars, but we can control our local dollars. As a nonprofit organization, we work hard for the dollars that we raise, as do the other charities here today. We compete for those same donation dollars. If all these funds have to come from private donations, this will put an additional burden on the charities as well as the businesses and the individuals that we request funds from. So my question is should these funds be jeopardized? Is there a plan in place in the county budget to replace them?
Good question.
Next up is Jenny Sparks. What precinct are you in, Jenny?
I live in 3.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Sparks and I represent the Pilot International Club of Wills Point. Pilot International is a volunteer service organization of business and professional leaders working together to improve the quality of life in communities throughout the world by serving those with brain-related disorders and disabilities. I'd like to share with y'all how we have benefited from the funds we received through bingo. It's important to recognize that this support does not come from just one person's pocket. It comes from the residents of Van Zandt County and surrounding communities whose participation make everything we do possible. Due to the support, we've been able to expand our impact in meaningful ways. We've provided special education teacher grants to help bring creative ideas to their classrooms, as well as field trips and equipment. We've also been able to provide snacks for these same classrooms, as well as teacher pick-me-ups in appreciation for the incredible work they do every day. As a retired special education teacher, I would have been so appreciative of this support. There's never enough funding in the school system, and a lot of the things that I personally use were paid for by myself. Further, we've been able to support our primary school by helping purchase weighted blankets and sensory animals, tools that make a real difference for students who need comfort and to focus to succeed. These funds have also allowed us to support Special Olympics in Wills Point, which is the highlight of many students' year and along with their families. We've been able to increase the amount of our scholarships, allowing us to better support local students as they pursue their educational goals. We support Crestwood Assisted Living by partnering with ladies from our community and helping with monthly refreshments and meaningful interaction time with residents. Through these efforts, we are able to expand our senior services and bring connection, joy, and companionship to those who need it most. Finally, we support those with traumatic brain injuries through the Pilot Club International TBI camps, as well as equipment support for those in need. And we're not stopping there. We have plans to expand outreach even further by providing caregiver pick-me-ups, recognizing and supporting those.
Get back to.
Oh. Simply put, bingo has helped us do more, give more, and reach more people in our community. We are truly grateful for this support and look forward to continuing to serve Wills Point in even greater ways. Removing bingo would not only impact our club, but would have significant financial impact on charities across our county. Many of these organizations rely on these funds, and without this support, programs for students, seniors, and families would be reduced or lost altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melody Blasting
game.
Blasting.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I know people stumble over it.
How are y'all doing? Here it is. I'm with Keep Wills Point Beautiful. And I know that's not near as important as some of these other organizations, what they've done. But we've had Texas trash offs. I think I've been here before asking for help with dumpsters, which is also citywide cleanups, donations to youth parks, paper shredding events, decorated the town for holidays, but none of these events came from they were not donated services. We pay for everything. Keep Wills Point Beautiful does. We have prided ourselves in not going to businesses and asking for, money because they get hit. We have a few businesses in Wills Point. We are not really thriving. Before bingo came into our life, Lucky's, which is also the game room. One does not, we coexist. We got our funds from what we called useful junk. We took off the curbs where people were throwing out for trash. We have been in dumpsters. People have donated What they couldn't sell at a garage sale, they would donate to us and we would try to sell it twice a year at the Highway 80 sales. Everything to make a dollar. We've even scrapped metal to try to pay a light bill and taken it to the local junkyard to try to pay a light bill. Candy Wingo donated the use of a barn. So Lucky's has been our saving grace, and to the community also. Volunteer organizations are the backbone of every small town. The city budgets don't allow for a lot of things, as your county budget does not allow for. And when people go to bingo, they go or to the game rooms, gaming. Thank you, my mother's not here. They go voluntarily. I have been to both. I have yet to see one person tied to a chair and didn't want to be there. They know they're participating. They have a big sign that says your proceeds go to this one, and this one. They know they're contributing to their community. Did y'all have a question or comment?
You know,
Can't hear.
Okay, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
And they know they're contributing back to the community. We have helped with employing students. If we had a project, they would help us water, given the county needed people to do community service hours, we've helped there. So we don't have First Monday in Wills Point. We don't have the salt mines in Grand Saline. We don't have the oil wells that Van has, and we have very few businesses. So if we hadn't had Lucky's, we would not exist and we won't exist. We are 5 old ladies and we're not going in dumpsters anymore. We're done going in dumpsters. So please consider whom you'll be taken from. Like I said, I've never seen anybody tied to a chair going to play a game. I've never seen it. Now, I'm not a winner, so I've never even got a voucher. So maybe if I get a voucher, I know what I was talking about, but I've never got a voucher. My mother swears I'm not hers because she loved gamble and I don't. But anyway, it's been this way forever. Perhaps it's time for change. Let's change and let's work together and not apart. Our communities need to work together. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Tiffany Suits. Tiffany, what precinct do you?
Oh, without the police 3, I'm sorry.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Suits, and I'm proud to represent the Wills Point Ladies Club organization. I am a lifelong resident of Wills Point in Van Zandt County and proud to be one. Our organization was established in 1986, and I have personally been honored to serve as a member since 2017. Over the last 3 years, Hot Shot Bingo has made an incredible impact on the Wills Point Ladies Club and the community we proudly serve. Through their generosity, they have, in their commitment, our organization has received over $75,000. This helps support local families, school employee recognition, and community recognition programs, and urgent benevolence. And I will say that because of their funds, the urgent benevolence has increased significantly. People who have had fires, people who have lost loved ones, illness, a tragic illness or a tragic accident, we are able to assist those families, and without even, previously would be like, okay, what do we have? How much do we have? But now we can be like, okay, how much do they need? What is reasonable? We're a group of about 20 ladies. We do all discuss every single donation that we give out. We vote on everything. So that has significantly increased over the last 3 years. I will say that the Hot Shot Bingo is a great example of giving back to the community. Most businesses, most businesses in Wills Point, who can say that? Who can say we've given this much back to the community? They can, but who else can? But I have personally been involved in audit with Texas Lottery Commission. It was about 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago. It was extensive. Not only do they look at their financials, they look at each organization's financials as well. And to make sure that we are doing what we say we're doing with the funds. So it goes beyond just the funds traveling from them to us. I mean, it's looked at in a big, wide array. But I know that this is about gaming but it's a unique situation with those two establishments. And if that goes away, then the funds that all these organizations, all these people of this community and this county are going to be, where are they going to come from? Where are those funds going to come from? But I thank you each for your time today. And I thank you for your service for the county. And just please keep our people in mind.
Thank you, Kate. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kate. How do you say it?
Power Lever.
Paralibra.
So I am very blessed that my property splits both Kaufman and Van Zandt County. So half of my property is in precinct 2, while my house is actually located in Kaufman County. I am also very blessed to have a different perspective. I am the daughter of a state legislature, so I understand from every point, and I want to thank you guys first and foremost for your service, because what you're doing today doesn't just affect me and my family and my kids. It's 5, 10, 15 years into this county. The decisions you make today affect that far in the future. And so what you do is the most important job locally. Your local control that Senator Hall is talking about, passing down to you the question that you asked Commissioner Barton about, is it legal or isn't legal? Those are the things that the state legislature does and task you with local control. Everybody wants local control and legislation until they don't. And you find yourself today in a position that you have to make a hard decision based on local control, because you have some gray area from the state. And there are people in our county that are doing it well. And you've heard from these organizations. I'm the executive director of the Education Foundation. I'm not going to talk to you about my impact, because you know the impact that Lucky's and Hot Shot Bingo are making on this community. And you now understand they are directly tied from the gaming side to the bingo side. You understand the importance of the ordinance. And we are talking about today, there was individuals in this county that came to you guys 3 years ago, and they asked you to pass an ordinance so that they could do what they're doing in bingo. They asked you to regulate it and to put the ordinance in place that covered the 4701B and legally allowed us to give the $5 amusement reward to play bingo so that they could pump almost $1 million in 3 years into these charities that are funding these local people in Wills Point, in Van, in Canton, in Grand Saline, in Martins Mill, in Edgewood, and everywhere in between. And so while the state wants to at times legislate morality, which is what Senator Hall talked about, Dan Patrick did, opening up these private clubs, what is difficult to do as a legislator is to legislate morality. It should have been the church's job from the beginning. That's why we have a separation of church and state. It is difficult to legislate morality. The prostitution, the drugs, all of those things, they're all going to happen whether you do or don't have this ordinance. You can't legislate morality. That is God's job. And all we can do is what you're going to do tomorrow and sit in there and pray that the Holy Spirit would work and do his part. You have a responsibility to hold the line on what is and isn't legal. 4701B gave you the local control to make this legal. And they've created a system that allows a game room to support a bingo hall that pumps almost $1 million in 3 years into local charities that helps these people, that local businesses. I'm a local business owner on KB Cattle Company. I pump money into every single education foundation in this county that asks me, and into the FFA kids. That's where we give 10% of our profits to every single year. I can't afford to pump $1 million, and neither can any other small business. So not only am I a donor, I'm also a receiver of these funds with the Education Foundation. Before Wills Point ISD passed a bond, the only way we got stuff done in Wills Point is through this Education Foundation. Because our school budgets that the legislature passes down to us, 85% of that turns the lights on and pays teacher salaries. And the only way that we can do things that are good and that are acceptable and that are moral obligations is through these types of nonprofits. And what I'm asking you is the state has tasked you with local control in this ordinance to make sure that the thing that we have designed, the pass through from amusement to the $5 to the bingo that keeps us alive, that you allow us the opportunity to do that legally in this county. And then whatever you else need to do with the other people that aren't doing it right, then do it. But they've done it and you've passed the ordinance, and I ask you, I implore you, you have the local control to continue funneling money into these organizations that need it. And I ask you to continue that ordinance. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, next up, we have Clay D.
Thank you. My name's Clay Dean. I live in precinct 3. I don't know how I'm supposed to follow up that speech. You know, I could go on and on. I think everybody in here, a lot of people in here could go on and on about the positive impact this situation has made to this county. I'm an entrepreneur, started 5 businesses. I understand economics. I understand risk. I understand, I guess, the debate on gambling versus not gambling. And I think at the end of the day, biggest separation between this is the game room versus the bingo room. Are they under the law? And the answer is yes. And I would defend that. I would argue that because by the rules, as they have read over and over, the game room's under the law and the bingo's under the law. Quite honestly, we could all sit here and debate what is gambling. I gamble every day when I wake up to run my business and somebody supports me. I go enter a rodeo, my wife rodeos. To gamble, paying an entry fee, hoping to win. Yes, you could argue it's skill or not, but at the end of the day, it defines if it's a game of chance, the payout has to be a non-cash item of $5 or less, which is what they are doing. They are under the law. Now, I want to leave here with everybody distincting the two. Yes, has there been a business model created to tie the two together, to stay under the law and pump money into the economy of this county? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, they are both under the law. And that's my comment. I want everybody to look at and research. Are they under the law? Absolutely are. Thank you.
That's the last of the written submissions. Do we have others that would like to speak?
Jeffrey,
Tom Duke.
Jeffrey wanted to speak too, but.
Okay.
You want to go ahead?
Let,
You want to go ahead? You want me to?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I haven't been able to fill out a speaker sheet. I will after this.
and your precinct, please.
Precinct 1. One item I haven't heard discussed today is the aspect of the morality of gambling. We've spoken about the benefits of the proceeds, and I can't take away from the benefits of using those proceeds for those causes. But consider it's a lot like introducing a disease and then advocating for the treatment of that disease. What if we didn't introduce it? What if we focused on a higher morality? So if it's against state law to award more than $5, we should eliminate that and have that as a principle, regardless of the benefits we get from allowing gambling. So I'll just ask you to consider the impact to the community that gambling facilitates, the negative impacts that would be eliminated if you prosecuted these things that allow people to gamble.
Yesterday I was at a senior citizen center here in Canton and I was talking about this issue and he said, but every television show that you see, there is a commercial there for some online game. What's the difference between these game rooms and all of the gaming that you see on nearly every commercial on LG TV or any of the other programs that you see?
I can't say that there is much difference. What I can say is when the citizens of the county look at this court and the leadership set by this court, what is the tone? What is the precedent this court is trying to set? Is this court trying to set a precedent of high morality, high standard of morality, high standard of complying with state law?
But do we hold them to a different standard than a television commercial?
We hold ourselves to a different standard.
Is that up to each individual though? I mean, what are you asking the commissioner's court to do related to this question then?
I'm related to the question of the television commercials.
To the question that you posed, you want us to hold a higher standard. What are you asking us to do?
I'm asking you to consider the state law, the $5 payout amount. I'm asking that this court do everything possible to support that state law.
To what end? I mean, what is it? What are the practical steps that you would recommend that we take?
I would recommend a motion from this court to request enforcement of state law in this regard.
From
a motion from this court
to ask who to enforce the state law. I guess that that's
the responsibility for
that was the same thing that I was speaking to Senator Hall about. I said, who?
Yes, it reminds me of the question you asked him, and it's
Right.
quite simple. Those who are responsible for upholding the law here in this county, I think that's pretty clear.
So perhaps in the form of a resolution, let's all enforce the law.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that clear? Thank you.
All right, Tom, you're up.
Morality.
How many more speakers do we have?
Morality.
We're not taking questions at the moment. Okay, as soon as Tom finishes, we will take questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Believe it's still morning, commissioners. My name is Tom Duke. I live in precinct 4. I want to begin by commending this court for its willingness to take on controversial and difficult issues and act purposefully and with intentionality to address them for the good and welfare of our county. Let me preface what I'm about to say in this way. First, let me remind us of what we know, what I know that all of you gentlemen know. Proverbs 22:28. Do not move the ancient boundaries which your fathers established. Second, you know as well as I do that in your role as county commissioners, you are God's ministers for doing good, right? For praising those who do well and punishing those who do evil. If this issue about game rooms could be resolved by the economic arguments I've heard, then I don't think there'd be any question about how you would rule. But there are issues far greater than economics at stake in this discussion. Let me deal specifically with the game room regulation, which has nothing to do with bingo, by the way. The way the regulation enacted by this court reads, it has nothing whatsoever to do with bingo. It focuses on game rooms. This regulation was passed on July 6, 2022, signed by the then County Judge Don Kirkpatrick. We've heard testimony about the benefits, the financial benefits that are accruing to certain charitable organizations from the bingo operations. Well, my understanding is that's a requirement of state law. So the bingo halls are not doing this out of the generosity of their hearts. They're doing it because the very foundation that authorizes them to operate legally requires them to use proceeds to support charities. Okay, good thing. Not debating that. I do not have to argue with this court or convince you about the evil effects of gambling or of those associated with operating game rooms, legal and illegal. I don't have to convince you of that because the regulation itself states it. In the first paragraph on page 1 of the regulations, game rooms as a category of commercial uses are associated with a wide variety of adverse secondary effects, including, but not limited to, personal and property crimes, gambling offenses, weapon offenses, illicit drug use and drug trafficking, negative impacts on surrounding properties, urban blight, and litter. In paragraph 4, second sentence, this substantial government interest, and that's what the county was saying in exercising its authority under Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 234, which authorizes this regulation, right? You are exercising your police power. Quote, this substantial government interest in preventing secondary effects, which is Van Zandt County's rationale for these regulations, exists independent of any comparative analysis between legal game rooms and illegal or illicit game rooms. Van Zandt County's interest in regulating game rooms extend to preventing future secondary effects of either current or future game rooms that may locate in Van Zandt County. Now, I'm not going to read the whole regulation, obviously. And I think Judge Reese would say, thank you, Tom, for not doing that.
Thank you, Tom.
For not doing that, yeah. But there are in this regulation criminal penalties associated with illegally operating game rooms. It's a Class A misdemeanor. It sets forth a regulatory scheme and appoints Kevin Palmer, our fire marshal, as the game room administrator with sweeping authority to investigate, to grant or revoke permits, and also to impose civil fines. Now, that action doesn't depend upon the sheriff or the City of Canton Police Department or even necessarily our district attorney. This is authority that this court has and that is invested in our fire marshal, for example, to issue a $10,000 a day fine against any game room that is operating illegally, right? And Commissioner Barton, that is, by the way, the answer to your question. Are game rooms and bingo halls legal? And my answer is yes, if they're operating legally. But that is a question that cannot be established once forever, can it? It requires diligence, it requires oversight, it requires investigation. And that's exactly what this regulation empowers you to do and the fire marshal to do on your behalf as responsible. Commissioner Williams, if you haven't read this regulation, I commend it to you. You're a lawyer, so if you read it, you'll see in there that if, for example, Kevin Palmer determines after an investigation that a game room in Van Zandt County is operating illegally, and Senator Hall has presented this court with some evidence, at least anecdotal evidence, that that may well be happening. If he imposes a fine, and he's free to impose a fine of $10,000 on a finding of probable cause, which is a very low standard, then if he issues the certificate, the game room operator may go to Judge Martin in the 294th Court, ask for a hearing, at which point our fire marshal has the burden of proving, not beyond a reasonable doubt, right, but by a preponderance of the evidence that the machine is illegal. in which case the game room is shut down and the fines are imposed and enforced. And during the time that there is a $10,000 fine issued, the game room must stop operating. So that is among the panoply of resources and remedies that are open to this court to civilly enforce this regulation that the court enacted in 2022. That's my plea. Regardless of what the commissioner's court decides to do with this regulation, we don't have to look to state law or to the Constitution, both of which are very clear. In Texas, gambling has always been, from its foundation, illegal in the state. That's not open for debate. It's not open for debate. If somebody wants to change that, it will require a constitutional amendment. We don't have that. We're not considering that here this morning. I have to respectfully disagree with the comment that you can't legislate morality. That's not true. Somebody's morality is always being legislated. The question is, whose morality? Now, let me take up Ms. Dean's comment about fact versus perception. I agree with her, although I would phrase it differently, right? What are the facts? And my answer is we don't know. And we won't know until there is an investigation and until evidence is gathered as to a particular game room that is alleged to be violating the law, right? So that decision can't be made in the abstract. Someone's opinion, oh yes, that's legal. That's not evidence, and it's not going to answer the question whether a game room is operating legally or illegally. So there is a factual issue that awaits determination. Now, perception. Perception. I'm here this morning, and I think there are a number of us here this morning, because there is a perception that game rooms are operating illegally, and that perception is not irrational. It is supported by anecdotal evidence, some of which we have seen and heard this morning from Senator Hall. So there's a perception in this community that the laws and the regulation of this county and the state of Texas are not being enforced, that the rule of law is being trampled underfoot. Now, that's a principle, and that's an issue that transcends economics, right? Okay. So that perception, I'm not here to say that a particular room is operating legally or illegally. I don't know. I don't have all the facts. And before a decision can be made, all the facts would have to be gathered. That's the job and the responsibility of our fire marshal, being guided and directed by this court. But the perception must be addressed. I mean, this republic is fragile, and the perception that the law doesn't matter, that the government officials who are elected to enforce it are turning a blind eye, are indifferent to it, or for pragmatic reasons would prefer to allow gambling to go on in this county. That is destructive to our community. It's destructive to our families. It's ultimately destructive to this state and this country. Gentlemen, thank you. God bless you.
Mr. Newton. What's your recommendation related to these convenience stores that have 2 or 3 of these devices in these?
I think this regulation applies to 6 or more machines, doesn't it? Right, in the county. And so it doesn't cover that. So those would not be then in your jurisdiction. those would be, I think, exclusively within the purview of our district attorney to decide whether those machines are illegal gambling devices or whether they fall into an exception to the rule prohibiting gambling.
So you're not asking for a elimination of the ordinance, then you're saying that there needs to be facts to determine whether or not these devices are gambling or they're not, or they're paying out more than $5 or they're not.
Yeah, I'm not taking a position this morning on whether the regulation should be upheld or rescinded. I am asking for more vigorous enforcement for the reasons that I set forth. And not simply to make that determination, but to enforce this regulation in its full scope, because it has much more to do than with determining whether devices are legal or illegal. There are 4 or 5 definitional subsections dealing with the regulations that apply to a game room so that it is under this regulation operating legally within this county. And I think if there is assurance given to the people of this county that this regulation is being enforced, that there's been an investigation and nothing has been found, that there's been a determination that indeed these game rooms, all of them, are operating legally, then I would say it would be unreasonable for anyone thereafter to say, well, they're just ignoring the evidence, or no, they're illegal, right? But I think that helps address the perception that may exist, that I think does exist, that these things are operating freely with the complicity of our county government. That's not a good look.
Is the fire marshal still here? Would y'all like to hear from him?
Yes.
Is the fire marshal still out or has he left? It's probably burnt down.
There's Kevin.
There you go.
Well, hold on a second.
Kevin.
So I just would like for him to just tell us so how much time do you spend in the game rooms?
Bunch right now. This is the last year. So out of the ordinance during the first meeting, the owner of the game room has to be present, right? And we put together a checklist. So the first year we did okay. I'm in my second year, so I'm trying to do better at everything. And so this year, we put the applications online, we put the ordinances online, so it's transparent. I talked to each of the game room owners and some of the operators there. And the first thing that we do when we get to that inspection is we sit down and we said, if it's in the ordinance that we're supposed to do it, we're gonna do it. So we go line by line, tons of paperwork. Once all the paperwork is done, then I go and I have to verify the machines that they have the tax stamp, right, serial number. If they have the skill function, I have to verify that they have the skill function. So then you just have the general permitting process that happens once a year. And this year, like I said, what I inherited was not the greatest system, right? For example, in our ordinance, it says that when I go through, I'm supposed to issue them a Van Zandt County tax stamp. That has never happened. They're not even gonna get it this year because I don't have it in my budget to buy these stamps. These stamps that I'm looking at, that would be, compliant as tamper resistant, things like that. They cost about, $10 to $15 a machine, and then there goes that $15 Van Zandt County tax that's supposed to go on the community. I just spent that on a sticker.
Yeah.
Right? So I think there's a lot of differences that need to be made, and that not all game rooms are the same, they don't operate all the same. And I know that there are benefits to bingo from the game room. But you still have to separate it inspection wise. Like I don't regulate, I don't inspect the bingo halls other than for fire safety, right? I just look at the game rooms, and I'm the administrative authority. And any peace officer, the ordinance states in there that any peace officer in the state of Texas can enforce this. So if you want a short answer to this, to what should be a simple question, is it illegal or illegal? all of the game rooms are operating within the ordinance and every case law that I can find, because there's more than just one or two. There's tons of them. I was even able to find correspondence from Potter and Randall County to the Texas Attorney General's office asking to clarify these same questions that we're asking now. And the Attorney General never responds, never. Because again, the penal code is super simple for law enforcement officers. And no offense, lawyers and judges in the room, it's super simple for peace officers, but once lawyers and judges get a hold of it, they make it super complicated. Then there's case law, then there's precedents, and then there's all this. So, operating under that, and your question was, is there active investigation? So you have the yearly permit process that I have to go through, and then I have to make unannounced inspections periodically throughout the year. And I'm not necessarily going in there at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm going in there at midnight, 1 o'clock when they're supposed to be open. And again, I am one person for this entire county. Okay, so if I have found no signs, none, and we can pull the logs up from dispatch, because every time I go to make an inspection, I call dispatch and I submit a report every month to this commissioner's court on inspections that I've done. I have found zero evidence on my inspections of prostitution, large scale drug dealing. Does drug dealing perhaps happen in a game room? Perhaps, but it's transactional that can happen at the Forge and Ben Willard as well, that has way more people in it, right? So if you just want a short answer to the question are they legal right now? The very short answer to that is yes. However, I've also agreed with what a lot of other people have said, is that we operate only at the discretion of the people. If the people didn't want us, they could get rid of us, right? So I think that just an open, transparent investigation. And out of the occupations code, there's a section in the occupation codes that the state comptroller may come and do an investigation and answer all these questions. So maybe we should have a workshop, because I've called the Texas Comptroller's office, just like I've called organizations like TCQ and others to come help me, and guess how many responses I've got?
Pretty good guess, right?
So maybe we should have a workshop where maybe if the judge reaches out or something, that some of these people can come down, because I guarantee you right now, if this court said, hoorah, let's go raid them all and take all their devices, there's gonna be a crap ton of lawsuits, and if it's a hill that you feel it's worth dying on, don't be surprised if you die.
Tom, I think,
I want to say,
Kevin, answer your question. I agree with you. There has to be oversight. I agree. And in Kevin's defense, we didn't have a full-time fire marshal until a year and a half ago. So these were not probably being regulated a year and a half ago. And Kevin is the first full-time fire marshal this county has had. And so it's only been a year and a half, but we are doing that, but we haven't been doing it forever because we have not been able to afford a full-time fire marshal until this past year.
I have two things I want to say. Are you through?
I'm done.
Well, before Commissioner Curtis, if I may respond to Commissioner Barton.
Okay, yeah.
None of my comments were meant to indict anyone.
Right, just
yeah. My simple plea, and Kevin, or the fire marshal Palmer, has reassured us this morning that he is now actively investigating these game rooms, keeping them in compliance insofar as his authority reaches to regulate them. So that helps, and that's a good thing.
And we have been doing that probably for a year and a half since he's been full time, but it was not happening
before
with a part-time fire marshal because there's just too much.
All right, now, this gentleman back here.
I think I was fixing to say something.
First, please identify yourself. Roger Head. Okay. Rowdy Head has a game room. I've got not $1 from any of this. The fire marshal's incredible. For once, we have someone who cares. First question, has all the game rooms done everything you've asked?
Yes, sir.
Or they would not have a permit, correct?
That's correct.
And it's permitted by who?
So it's a permit for me.
But it came down.
Empowered.
It came down for the district attorney, am I correct? Is that where this all began, or where did it begin?
I mean, the ordinance.
Whose idea was it for the 4 game, one per person?
Well, there's 5 now.
Okay, 5.
But if I wasn't here on the game room, but to my understanding, the ordinance was presented and the commissioner's court approved it. Who wrote it, who did all that stuff, I don't really know.
Okay. Second thing, if I were to go in the pizza place or I go in the game room, what's the safer place to be? If we have a fire, let's say we have a fire.
Oh, we have a
But
fire?
what's the safest place to be? How much money do they have to spend at each? I mean, it's not like you just couldn't walk in and open a game room, correct?
Oh, no, sir. you can't.
It's inspected by you,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
So is everything up to par?
Oh, yes, sir.
Everything?
Yes, sir.
So you guys need to maybe, before you even have this meeting, check the sheriff's department. How many people have got busted for drugs or
Right
prostitution?
here. I've got it.
Crime
Do you-
family.
I've got it.
Crime-
Also, I want to say this. That's my core. I'm not mad at you. I tried to say something a minute ago. I was gonna give you time to talk.
Yes.
Did I know what you were gonna say when you came in here? Did I talk to you this week already? I want to say that to Mr. What's your name? Owner of the David, Mr. Fox and Mr. Hiddens. So I brought him in here knowing what he was gonna say. I also have the log from the sheriff's office of how many calls they've made in the last year and a half.
They made one to mine in 5 years.
Okay, and he's telling the truth.
Down 8% crime.
There has been there's been no,
We helped you guys.
basically, the only thing Cat Days has more than anybody's, and it's traffic stops in your front yard, probably right there. I don't think it's like, these don't tell me what exactly they are. They're almost nil and void as far as, they're mostly traffic stops and I mean, just looking at it, I'm going, there's not been a lot of activity there in any of the game rooms.
But everybody on Facebook.
The only thing I have a question about is Misty's at 210 North Main and Grand Saline, no calls as of yet. Where is that?
That used to be
That
Rouse's old.
Yes.
It never was called Misty. Where, that was my first little building, small.
Okay.
Is it in operation now?
Well, I'm done. I'm done now.
Three things I'm trying to figure out here. Where are all the people that don't want the game room? I mean, I
Right here.
well, okay, so I'll see 7 people and I see 60 over here that are like.
Y'all are vested in it.
Trying to point out, okay, so every election, you guys can face, right? You guys can face the election, right? So where are all the people that are like, oh, we need to shut these things down, we're doing this, we're doing that?
He can answer that.
Y'all gonna be elected.
You can answer
We
that.
haven't finished taking testimony yet.
Bert Fight can answer it. You did a poll?
Oh, I was not going to 15 minutes.
Are you done, Mr. Hidden? Did you have any more?
When you have someone that's against the game rooms, the reality of it is, they've been prosecuted, they've been arrested, so they don't want this happening now, but Fox, Rowdy, Bullard, they all did it the way you guys told them to do it. They followed every rule. $20,000 for, put out the fires, it's 10,000 for this, come with the permits for them, he said it doesn't make sense. Permits cost you $15, you're charging $15 up the price. I mean, I'm a business guy too. So,
State law.
not a big show.
Those counties have their own problem. They all have more prices. They got higher.
Has anybody asked you to go soft on anybody? Have you enforced the laws across the board equally?
Did you have something to say?
I just want to be clarified. Now I'm talking about opposition to the game rooms. Opposition to gambling in the game rooms. The game rooms are set up for games of amusement only with a maximum payout of a $5 something. And if they're all operating that way, 100% without any sleight of hand in there, that's fine.
So this is all boils down to a fact question.
To a fact question.
Is it gambling?
Is it gambling or is it? Please don't be so naive as to think you could, well, let's schedule one for 2:00 on next Thursday. We'll do an inspection to make sure it's happening.
Because it can be turned, you're saying it can be turned.
That's
So
right.
that's really what this boils down
It's
to.
all about how are people winning $3, $6, $8, $9,000?
That's not in the game rooms though.
Yes.
Is it in the game rooms?
That is in the game room.
No, it's not. I don't have a game room.
Huh?
I have a field game room. So you're not getting.
No.
100%. All right.
So let me tell you where.
Go back. Senator here, we're speaking with Mr. Senator. Wonderful, okay. So who are you gonna bring in to go to, let's just stick with Canton.
Let's go to Walpole.
Oh, let's just go with
Rowdy.
Canton. And how many games are in Canton in the gas station? Hell, they're in the laundromat. I went to wash clothes last night, bro. Is that secure? Is that safe? I was the only guy in there last night. When you go to the game room, how many security guards do you have?
2,
How many do you have spots?
20 cameras.
Full
around
time, correct? And you want them down.
Yeah,
Better than they did out here when I came in.
everybody's safe.
You understand? I just tell them, hey, I got metal in my boots. And I'm ushered in. Your place is not like that, right?
Take the boots
Safe, correct? So I'm not understanding.
I just
So
wanted to know.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to know if the games were legal or not. If in the gas stations, they're not legal.
They're not legal in the gas station?
No, if they're paying more than $5.
We have 2, you know that, right? 2 full-time deputies with the sheriff's department in mind. Do you know that? Hold on. 2 full-time deputies. Or are you gonna just have your deputies just go around? How are you gonna resolve this? 1, 2, may I ask, where are you from?
I live in the city of Canton.
Do you?
Yes, sir, not far from.
I've never met you before. I've lived here my whole life. My dad did, my grandfather did. You don't fix a problem when there's not a problem. Now, if y'all start having problems, pull the permits. You have the authority to do it, right? I don't see the problem here. And if the state wants to come in, let the state come in. You know what? You know why the state doesn't respond to this. May I ask, Mr. District Attorney, what's your budget to take these cases to court per year? Is it public knowledge?
Sorry.
You only have so much money a year, correct, to take cases to court, right?
Yes.
Well, I assure you, after doing everything properly, Mr. Fox, and I know Bullard. Y'all pull the permits. You don't have no budget. Are you listening to me? I'm not talking as loud as you were. That was just blowing my mind. I've never heard another man just a judge at this level. No.
Thank you for calling me a young man. I appreciate that.
Never been in this room. I don't understand what's going on. It makes no sense. Because I guarantee you pull the sheriff's records. You're pretty good buddies with all of you. Yeah, Mr. Kirkpatrick, I believe. Kirkpatrick, okay. No, we're pretty good buddies. We don't have these problems that everybody's announcing. It's Facebook garbage. Bullard is making money. Gave we $1 million, bro. You know how much money that is? No, I'm just saying, you all permitted. So why are we even here today?
I did not permit it.
No,
Yeah, I just wanted to know how we're circumventing the $5 law. I know I put game rooms on it. Right? Because game rooms were mentioned when Mr. Hall came into our court. And then when I began to look around and I've had more than 2 weeks. I've been looking at it since he came in.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm seeing the same things he's seeing on Facebook.
I'll see.
Also, I've had personal testimony of people that use the games.
Yes, sir.
That say it's gambling. Okay. There's no skill involved in this.
Well, I can't debate that.
Okay. I understand that. That's so, you guys gave me a lot of heat, somewhat amount of heat. I don't care. I was just looking I'm a fact finder. And the sheriff's report says they're not having trouble at it. And the fire marshal inspects them, says he's not having trouble at it. That's not really I don't really have a problem with it.
Yes.
My problem is are the games in Van Zandt County gambling or are they not gambling?
And then once again, I ask the same question. Let's shut them all down. That's my brother, that's my brother. Let's shut them all down. You have no budget. If the state has the budget, if they wanted this stopped, trust me, my friend, it will be stopped. The state's not gonna enforce this. You had no issues. You don't have the permits.
Also, law enforcement has told me they don't want them in here. Law enforcement. Most of the law enforcement that I spoke to have said, we don't like the games in here. I understand that. I understand that.
We're not having no issues. So it's not.
What reason did they give you?
Sir?
What reason did they give you? Law enforcement.
The same reasons that you hear.
Sir, they don't make patrols to the game rooms. If you wanted to, ask them to. Like I said, you have 2 deputies right now, because y'all have no budget.
We actually on our agenda, we're not talking about doing a resolution to repeal the. I mean, you're upset. I know you're upset.
It's not an issue.
We're here for feelings. These people have feelings can hurt.
I have
They're trying to solve these feelings.
I have feelings too.
We're not law.
I understand, man. I understand.
We need to get back to.
Go ahead, Tony.
Officer,
Hold on.
and I appreciate what you're saying.
But I will tell you this, if I get an offense filed with my office that there is an illegal game room or illegal gambling of any type in Van Zandt County, it will be prosecuted. I will find the burden. We're not saying you wouldn't, what I'm saying, the man here with the state, right? They have way more money than you. If they wanted this stopped, it'd be stopped. A fire marshal has called me and said, hey, I found this minor violation. I'm gonna write him a warning. Yeah. Are you okay with me writing him a warning instead of giving a full thing? Yes, ma'am. Next time, if they don't comply, we'll come after him. Yes, ma'am. Because he wants compliance. He has called me after inspection and said that. And I have said, yes, write him the warning, get him to fix the issue, and everything will be fine. And guess what? Nobody's not complied, right?
Not in fact. What that built was relationships. So there was a specific game room that I got a call very early on Monday morning, and she said, hey, I just received 27 new games and I'm not even plugging them in for you inspect. Like that's stuff that I want, right?
Yeah, the guys are working with you, right? I mean, everybody's just working with you.
Once I went and inspected those, then, there were some issues, right? But we worked through those issues. But if I came in hard handed on everybody, who's gonna call and say, hey, I just received some new games?
Yes, sir.
So as far as the relationship between the game room owners and I, it's professional and it's very open, transparent.
Yes.
And even for the citizens that want to go into these game rooms, like they'll show you how they work and everything else. Now the gas stations, we need to separate gas stations and game rooms, two different things. As a peace officer, I've gone into about 3 different gas stations, and those particular 3 gas stations have the same exact games, or skill based only. I've not been to every gas station, like I don't have the authority to go into Kansas gas stations, but when I get calls from people saying, hey, there's this simple thing, or there's a possible legal, like I go check it out. And again, if it was illegal, I'm not scared of anybody.
Oh, no.
I would have full faith and confidence that if I put a good case together and presented it to the DA, it would be prosecuted.
But you had no issues, correct?
Correct.
Everyone's recording this. I hope he's recording it over there.
You got it on.
I'll be on Facebook now, so the world can see.
Yes, ma'am.
I have 2 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One, you mentioned that when you went and looked at the games, that they were the skill and the, was it?
Yeah, but 8 liners still.
There was 2 different sides.
2 different types. Yeah.
Right, 2 different types. So are you saying that part of each machine was skill and part of each machine wasn't skill, so you just qualified that as skill?
No.
Or are they absolutely 100% skill? And the other question is, are they paying out more than $5?
So the second question is easy, no. The first question is, what I meant by the different game rooms operate differently, and that I think she made a very good distinction as to what the game rooms in 3 and 2, Daddies and Luckies, right? They operate on the third system.
Places,
Right, so
created for a certain purpose with no more than $5 being paid out, so they can go over to the bingo side.
And
That's
it's just like,
a different ballgame.
yeah, it's just like Dave and Buster's. When you go to
Right.
Dave and Buster's, you get a player's card. You
It's a
get all
whole
that stuff,
different
no
ballgame.
cash
We're
out.
not gonna argue that.
So the other ones are under the, what's called the skill game feature. And so basically, you hit the slot machine, it comes down. If you don't win, you can hit the follow me feature, and then it has a follow me feature that is the skill portion of it. And again, my
The
person.
first part of it is.
It doesn't matter, the first part, never risk your money. The game of chance means your money is at risk. So if you play the game, I can show you up front, if you play the game, you push the button and you don't win, you don't lose your money because you can play the skill game and your money is there. So if you can remember, which a lot of y'all can, you can win, and it's a 40-second memorization game. If you play that correctly, you get your full bet, whatever you bet, 50 cents or $1 plus 10%.
So how are people winning a lot more than $5?
It's a skill game, they can win whatever they want. You're not gambling. 47 penal code is not involved in the skill game. We can find it out later on if y'all want.
So, yes.
But it's not involved.
To answer your question, that's what the case law and the precedents have said.
We can pay
Is
with it.
that those are games of skill. And so as long as they have the skill feature on there, I'm talking about,
whole device, not just one
well, when you say device, the device, the device is about this big and it's inside the machine and it's got two plugs. The whole out part is just a shell with a TV screen. This is the device.
Okay.
Right, so that's why we have to really distinct between what is the device and all those other things, right? So, yes, so to answer your question, yes, based off case law, precedents, all those things, they have fallen underneath the game of skill. Again, if that was something that, you know, we wanted to fight against as a county, we could definitely, there could be criminal lawsuits, there could be, or criminal suits, there could be civil lawsuits. But again, at this point, right in time, there's supposed to be some attorney general opinions coming out and some more guidance on these things. They're supposed to be coming out soon. Keeping in mind that the current attorney general is a little busy right now. And we're gonna have a new lieutenant attorney general, so I don't know when these things are gonna come out. But just like with the battery and storage facility system, right? When I first came upon that as a law enforcement officer, when you make an arrest, you're assuming liability. That it was a lawful arrest, whatever evidence you found was lawful, there's liability that you're assuming.
Correct.
And in my case, that's fine because I only make good arrests and I have insurance through a law enforcement commission, right? So sue me because you're gonna lose. When it came to the battery energy storage system, I wasn't the only one assuming liability in that. Every single person in the county, by being a taxpayer, was assuming liability. Because whatever decision we made was not gonna just be held on me, it was gonna be suits that came against the county. And if you lose, you gotta decide, is this a hill worth dying on? With battery energy storage, we said that was a hill worth dying on, and we're still fighting that thing right now. I would give the same advice right now, except right now, today, as it sits, if we were to go raid every single game room right now, I would say 90% chance you're gonna lose, at least 90%. That's on a good day.
So can you explain the $3,000? People on Facebook are saying this. You know,
That's right. You go there, please get it. I'll get some lottery things back.
bragging on Facebook.
Senator Hall, do you have something?
Nobody. What you're saying is ignore the $5 limit that's in the law. Let's say it is a game of skill, or just assume that they're all really a game of skill. And I do disagree with the way you describe the device based on the law. It's the machine that you're looking at in that picture is the device that's in there. And it may have a game of skill and a game of chance. Having that game of chance in there makes that device illegal. It's projecting up on the screen. The other is, no matter what it is, the limit is $5 on their non-cash. So how do you reconcile the $3,000, $6,000? The people is out, I bet 40, 160. I had somebody just last week walked in the gas station, put $20 in and won 250 in about 2 minutes. That is not legal. So I'm not talking about the game rooms. I'm talking about the practices that's going on that people are pretending aren't going on and are pulling the wool over everybody's eyes on this operation of what's going on here. That's where the problem is. The law is not being followed. And those are speaking as though it talk around it and around it. It's real clear. And don't for 1 minute think you're going to solve that by scheduling an inspection of a facility to see what's in there and what people are getting paid out.
They have to be random.
No, I guarantee you what you'll find.
Maybe.
I want to say something.
Maybe.
Go ahead.
I got a question for Mitch, and y'all can listen to all this, I don't have to know. So the seatbelt thing, you made a comment earlier about, well, if I get a seatbelt tickets, I'm gonna get a ticket, I can't get around it, correct? But what if you had a truck that didn't come with a seatbelt, like in 1940? Do you have to wear a seatbelt? No, you do not. That's the loophole to the seatbelt rule. We're good at loopholes. I don't work for Texas, you or anybody. I don't make any laws, correct? Never been in jail, but I do not mind going for 1 day. I'm just saying. Now, back to my point. Game of chance. Bob is not an expert. He's a senator, and I respect Bob. He's no more of an expert than me or any of you. He keeps saying, oh, it's got a game of chance and a game of skill. 47 says if it has any of either one, it's gambling, correct? So if I have the skill game and I push this button and I bet $1 and I lose, I don't go to spin, it's still the game's still going. It ain't over. My money's not at risk. then it locks up, pay me, follow me, skill game, there's three versions. Push that button, then I gotta be smart, my skill is memory. Memory is a skill. They tried to say earlier, memory, oh, that's not a real skill. Skills are like bowling or playing cornhole. No, memory is pretty much a skill. None of y'all would be right here without memory, correct? You wouldn't have no degrees, you wouldn't be a judge, fire marshal. I'm just a dumb redneck farm boy who used a loophole given to me by Bob Hall and all of his colleagues that y'all let me have an ordinance. So I invested my $800,000 of my own money, tax money for you guys to open this game room. And I'm just telling you right now, like they said, mine won't shut down. I don't mind going to court because the simple fact is you have zero chance in my games. Gas station games, zero chance to lose your money. Now you can be dumb and not play the memory game and you don't get your money back. Just because I bet $1 or $5, spend like an insane, like in Louisiana, if you lose that money, you can sit there all day. You can rub the machine. Hey man, give me that back. Let me try to win my money. You don't never listen. He won't put no number right here. Say, hey, push this button. There won't be no button to push. But all of our games, magically, there is a button to push. Yeah, put me on there. I don't care. I'm pushing a button, and I'm a pretty smart guy. I can win my money back.
I believe you.
And I can get $1.10 back for my dollar, which I have no zero gamble. And I don't know anybody here. I never met Tonda, but she gave me the hardest time ever when I was in Grand Saline. Okay, because I didn't know her and I was doing some things wrong.
Who?
My DA in Grand Saline when I was there at that place she labeled. I just opened up at the Clear Blue, and she come and gave me a hard time. Gave me these little got to fix this by this date. You get that $10,000 fine. Well, I fixed it all. And the other fire marshals did do their job a little bit, but it doesn't fall on Kevin. Why don't you guys come in the game room? Aren't you like, what does it say, peace officers, judges, anybody in any governmental role can come in there anytime they want. You can say, hey, this ain't right. Well, then your job is to take that paper to him, and he'll recheck it, and then he'll build his case. But it don't have to fall on him. 8% crime rate down since we've opened. Not just me, but anybody. I've let the PD and the sheriff use all my cameras to find people. They call me, hey, is Jose in here? Oh yeah, he's out back, come get him. Don't tell him I told you. Okay? And they go get him. We help people. We want everybody. None of these old ladies gonna look bad. They won't get in my game room unless I want everything. Shoes, everything. Even you guys, I welcome you. We're all in. We don't make, I would call you guys, hey, come and gamble. I need your money, Joe. I've never said it.
Bob's got something.
I'm done.
Thank you, Rowdy. Thank you, Rowdy, thanks for that.
Thanks, Bob.
You made my case.
Appreciate it.
Offering the game of chance is illegal. It's not up to, it doesn't make it illegal when you play it. It is illegal to offer it. Read the law. It's very clear in there. Offering the game of chance there is what is illegal. You don't have to play it for it to become illegal.
All right, I want to take a 15-minute break.
Let me go rebuttal, because he called my name.
You can rebuttal when we come back.
All y'all come back.
We've got 15 minutes, we'll be back at 11:30. Okay, that's a recess.
You got your gavel, Judge?
What was that?
Oh, no, you.
What's your name? I'm sorry? That's not Paul. I got it.
But we're not happy.
And this is not a once done forever resolved issue. Have you seen the civil penalty provision? Okay. I mean, that doesn't, that's very different from your criminal authority, right? And it doesn't
it doesn't expose you or the county to liability. If you're wrong, the judge says, you know what, Kevin, you're wrong, and yeah. You can do that. That's right. And I mean, that's right, because the regulation outlines 5 or 6 separate violations that would authorize you to issue a civil penalty or shut them down. No, she didn't know. I've said stupid things, but that's not her fault.
Mr. Dick, your perception.
Roger, I'm talking.
Get up.
No, the grace of God sues were not perfect.
But you probably think great things too. But you probably think great things too.
I do, it's not prohibited, no, it's not prohibited, no, I'm a Southern Baptist pastor.
I'm about,
Yeah.
we're on the same page, but these down, then like Rowdy, Hawks, or what else they are, then if they're gonna sneak around, and it's perfect, with security, people want it, and I don't have to cross them shut down, but let's start. My girlfriend goes to every meeting he goes to, you know that? She's in there,
Well,
but
let me clarify something.
Let's clean it up.
Let me clarify, I wasn't here advocating for the shutdown of legal game rooms. I
What's
wasn't,
the morality, I understand that, but.
and the enforcement of the law.
Well, here they said they can.
Oh, my word.
I'm trying to figure out, that's why they're all listening, I was important.
Yeah, Judge probably is going to like me.
Yeah, and that's just on this topic. Right. You see all the rest of it.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm correct, I did right.
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
How are you doing? You had so much fun. You want another bigger fan? I've got one, as a matter of fact. And I'm glad I brought it now. I have to state it because I still gotta get through all the rest of this. Surely. You know, you said we're gonna take a break after all the workshops. We ain't got through the first one. It's up my office, though, I'm alive and well over here. So, man. How are you?
David?
Just a little
And then on
over.
your front page, now we're gonna have 10 pages for this one, you're gonna have to get a 1,000 times here.
I just, yeah, I was gonna say, now, I'm supposed to limit this to 1,000 words.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
You know, that paper like, oh my word.
And then we got the rest of the agenda. How many more stories am I gonna have on that?
I've always said, it's never available. I was asking about this.
Hello there. How are you, sir?
Feel like you learned anything?
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how to put all this in 1,000 words.
Chill out. In general, not over anything in particular, just in general. Y'all calm down.
Stay off the Facebook.
Yeah, that's right. Anything else? Anything else going on?
Other than graduations.
Oh, shut up.
Graduations, runoff elections. Yeah, there was enough to keep me busy before today. I don't know if I did or not.
Is there a good seat?
Yeah.
We'll call them when we're ready to call. Actually, I have a question. His treasurer's report wasn't even provided.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did go ahead and exclude that. Okay. All right.
You bring us a state?
No.
Oh. I was fixing to just go in and shop. Skinny don't know.
I'll let him know that I said that.
Can that work for you?
Say again. Maybe, but I turned this off.
How you doing, Andy?
You know, I. Yeah. No, that's the last thing I need. You didn't charge your phone, Bert?
Yeah, this went on a little bit longer than I thought it was to. It doesn't say this will be the only workshop that I was able to get. Yeah, Judge.
They put it down here. Oh, yeah.
These you get to, I can steal your. That's all right.
I need something.
I was thinking about this high school NIL.
You know, Bob, I had a meeting to get your mom recently, and I said, what's going on in college? And the same thing in this.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when.
Right. I couldn't keep up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad. We're back to September, I think.
I bet he's in college. It's one school, 4 years.
Because it'd be real good. You're gonna go back and pay anyway.
And the same thing's gonna happen to the SMO.
All right, see, we are going to start back into our work, continue on with the workshop. Is there anyone else that wishes to make a public comment? Yes. Chris, if you would, now the film is going in. Okay, we are now back in session for the workshop on game rooms, and I believe, and we have the bugs.
Yeah, Mr. Hall. It's for him, it's, well, he came back and said, I've got awards, that was a misleading meeting or whatever, and I've just been talking outside. You got the paper? No, I can't read it. What he's saying, he said that, no, it should definitely be zero game chance and for skill, okay, and paying for it. Well, the field game by name has zero chance, because let me explain this to you. If this is my little game, okay, and I bet my dog, and I spin, okay, on a real slot machine, then the game's over, the dollar goes away. That means that game is over, correct? That's a game of chance. On my skill game, Bob, what's my skill game? It's pretty and white. If I put $1 in the skill game and I make my bet, so I don't win right then my dollar still there. That game ain't over because the dollar is still there. Then I can choose to play the skill game, which we offer it every time by law. Every single time it's offered, it's not gambling because you can push the button. And then there's 3 or 4 kinds. You also mentioned earlier there's 2 games that were approved in the state of Texas. I'll give you the names. He never gave the names. Y'all know that, right? There's about 7 that are approved in the state of Texas. Conduct, the case he's talking about, did only 2 of them, but she's seen the other companies. Same exact thing. So there's more companies. There's 4 or 5 companies in Canton now, and they're all still free because back to my little dollar, it's still there. So if the dollar's still there, how's the game over? You know what I'm saying? Remember, in the slot machine, if I bet my dollar, I lose, it goes away. It'll say 0. In the skill game, if I bet my same dollar, it's still there. So is the game over until it's gone? What makes the game over?
Is the game skill on there that it chooses between the two?
No, I choose. No, the game is, hold up. That's why it's a skill game, Bob. You're arguing semantics.
Because I'm asking you, let me finish the question.
Go ahead.
You got the machine. And you go up to play. It has game chance and the game.
Nope. That's where you're wrong, Bob. The slot machine in the casino, quick hit. It's got the quick hit game that looks like it's supposed to look, correct? Hold up, let me finish my question. It's a quick hit game. I put $1 in there, right? So my dollar shows up down here where you're supposed to pay. I don't see a skill game. I just see quick hits. Okay. I bet the money, Bob. I lose. Where's the money go? It goes in the casino. I can't get it back. Now hold up. I have a quick hit game. It looks exactly like that one. Okay. From your naked eye, oh, that's a gambling machine. But once you actually come in and sit down, they all left. Because I invited them to come sit down, so they left. If y'all, I said I'm going to go there today, let's go play skill games right now. I'll go to Rockwall in your county and I'll play skill games with you. Or I'll go to Hunt County and I'll play. Are you over Hunt County too? I can play skill games with you. You want to go? I can show them to you. And that's just Van Zandt County. We've been there 4 years, and you just brought this up during the political malicious intent. Because you stood here one day and told these commissioners, I got the clip. Y'all found a way to make it legal. Y'all need to find a way to make it illegal. That's 1,000%. You said that at your own lips. That's malicious intent. And I'm not going to take that. I'm just as important as you are in this state. In this room, just as important as you are. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why are you infringing on my right? Y'all made the loophole. No. Hold up. Back to the loophole. Who made the loophole? Can I make? So my loop, there is. This is the loophole right here. Let me finish with that. Please, I mean, I'm getting mad. I've been reading the things and it's crying. I don't have, my mom did something. We said, I was eating mine. But I worked. That's why. So, yeah, I got in trouble many times. I lived up to it. So back to my little dollar. It's still there. All this time arguing, my dollar's still there. It's not gonna go nowhere until I push the skill button. Then I'm gonna push the skill button, right? My game, we have Simon Said. Or we have Chasing the Bananas, Follow Me, Payback Skill. These are all buttons. They pop up every time you lose, they come right in front of the face. What's that money? I still got money. Push the button and you follow Simon Said. It takes 40 seconds. It does. Simon Says it's easy. It makes a button, you push the same number, color. I took them in the DA's office, and in other counties, took them in their office. They played. You can win. They won. So that if you follow that correctly, if I bet $1, I get you 110 back, 10% over the top. So you have zero chance because when the game's over, if your dollar's still there, how is it a chance? It's only a chance if I lose, you still. Bottom line.
How are you making money? If there's always like.
How many people you think lose the skill game? I make all that money. It's a skill game for that reason. Just like if you're bowling, how do you get to 300? You're a good bowler. If you get 50, how do you get 50? You suck at bowling. We got to offer skill games for you. As a person, you're welcome to come in my game room and play my skill game. If you're smart, you get your money back in 10%. If you're not smart, I'm not going to say the word dumb. Oops. If you're not smart, then obviously you lose your money, correct? But it's not my fault you're not smart. You had a chance to play a skill and you lost. I'm basically using a loophole instead of Texas.
I'd appreciate it if y'all would take the conversation out into the, because, and y'all can have that conversation.
I'm done. I'm
okay
done.
with
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Do we have anyone else that wishes to comment or make public comment on the game room? Yes.
Really?
Come stand. and-
Yes, so I just want to reiterate, not skill, do not pay cash, $5, this is talking about Cat Daddy's Luckies, $5 non-cash merchandise prize for amusement redemption purposes only, much like your Chuck E. Cheese, your Dave and Buster's, all the things that Mr. Hall spoke about earlier today. I just want to reiterate that's how Cat Daddy's and Luckies operates.
And the reason that you don't pay more than $5 is because
47014B is the exemption.
Because your games are not skill, you have a casino game.
They are not skill
That's
games.
great.
That is not skill games.
Yeah, it's good. Totally.
That is correct.
But also in Texas penalty code 47, it says, except for the advantage of skill or luck, the risk of losing and the chances of winning will be same for all participants. Mr. Hall did not read that line
but that's what we operate under.
And you are with who? Who you with, David? Where's yours at?
I've been with precinct 4. Okay, is there anybody else that wishes to comment or make a public comment? If not, I want to thank everybody for being here, and that will close our workshop on the.
One last thing to say, the evidence that the sheriff's office given, I wasn't looking for truth, I wanted to present it. Already proven. If I was out to get somebody, I would have said, oh, wait, I don't want to put that down there, because that is not my narrative. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So Commissioner Curtis had to have the last word.
One other thing.
All right, so now we'll go into our item number 5, workshop, discuss T25 radios for road and bridge in the fire marshal.
Hey, good for you.
Excited on the stage. Excited. I promise there's people.
I'm sorry, I'm loud, I'm natural, I don't believe we.
That's just that head.
You know, that's. You're saying? No, that's, I don't know. Bitch, thank you, buddy. Hush.
You're late.
Look at me.
Look at me. You're gonna miss so much exciting.
Yeah. Okay, you're, yeah, you're.
You gotta go through.
It's over. It's over.
You got
Okay. But I got the YouTube version, I won't take it, on VCTV.
Yeah, Dave.
For coming.
Look at one side of the right?
That's the city box.
I tried, but they wouldn't let me.
Take that down.
All right, so
Yeah.
on this discussion on the radios.
Yeah.
We are.
He's sounding good. What he was saying. One walls and legislature.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to get with y'all about the radios that's used by Road and Bridge. Because, we're at the point where we need to place an order for any additional radios in order to get on the current contract pricing. Although it may be extended, but I wanna make sure y'all are covered. Right now, precinct 1 has 7 radios, precinct 2 has 7 radios, precinct 3, I say radios, portable radios, handhelds. And precinct 3 has 5 portables, and I think 5 mobiles.
Yeah, but I'm giving up.
Right, and we'll get there. And then precinct 3 has 3 mobiles. So.
Hold on, you said
4, precinct 4.
How many I got?
3. You got 3. That's all you requested, in that regard. And so I just need to know,
I think so.
and what we're doing, one of the things that I recommended is Bobby. Prior to Bobby coming on board, it was agreed to buy mobile radios for all his equipment. Most of his pieces of equipment, and that's really overkill. In that regard, so he's giving back 3 of the radios, and what I want to do is have them installed in each of the foreman's trucks. For each precinct, so each precinct foreman will have a mobile radio. The reason being, the mobile radio is much stronger in reception and output. And in the event of emergency, and you're helping other, your foremans are helping other counties or other precincts. And where the coverage may or may not be, as well as good, that would give them that coverage. And so, and then we'll replace the 3 that we take from that Bobby's donated out of vehicles that doesn't need them in, and we will give him portables, more portables. So how many total portables? Seven is 7 enough?
No.
No,
Because my
For-
question is, if you have 8
That's-
employees,
uh,
you don't need more radios than you've got employees.
well, but I have like, sometimes I have split crews.
Right.
And the way it is with me having the 8, sometimes I have a patch crew that doesn't have a radio. And I know probably some of the guys think that the patch crew really doesn't need it. But, but I feel like that my guys need radio. And these mobile, these portable radios, is because handhelds, are really good. I've talked from right out here in my truck to Rolling Oaks. Easy. I mean, just like we're sitting here talking right now, you know, but I think that I think that every, at least minimum 8 radios,
Okay. 8 radios.
minimum.
What about you?
I'd like to have
Commissioner
10.
Curtis?
I have 7. I need 3 more handhelds.
You need 3 more.
It's important, like, you know, the kind of work we do where we're on separate ends of the road and traffic is running on us. We're working in traffic. We don't close the road down. So, you leave one guy without a radio and he is in the dark of where to dump, what's coming, where he's supposed to be. So just for the safety and well-being of our crew and the public that we're working around, we all need to be able to communicate in a moment. It's noticed. So.
Okay. That's great. Now, what about a radio? Do you need a radio at the barn for any reason? Or can you use support?
No, those portables are great. I mean,
Okay.
I've only found one spot and it was over there around Van that I couldn't.
Okay. So, Commissioner Williams?
Yeah, I'd prefer to have, one that foreman's truck. And then each of the guys have, in a lot of cases, you have two people in a patch truck. You know, it's not necessary to have 2 radios.
That's right.
But there are circumstances when you got somebody directing traffic on one end, somebody directing traffic on the other end. So there are issues. So it would be,
You want 10?
we have 9 people. Right. So 10 is fine, but we can get by with 9.
All right. And you want a total of 9? Oh, but you do have,
Yeah, I'd love that.
okay. And Mr. Martin?
8.
8?
He wants 9.
Okay. Now, now's the time while we have the significant
Yeah.
discount
You can run more.
to do that. And it's not designed that the commissioner will actually get a radio, because you will have a thing called Beyond that will give you access through your phone.
But here's what I did on mine. I put a mobile unit in my foreman's truck and in my on-call truck. Because I require my guys to put their radio in the big charger every evening. That way I know they got charged. And the guy on call has a radio with him. So if he gets called out, he's got his mobile. That's what I would know. But at the same time, he is also in one of the pieces of equipment during the day a lot, so he can't use that one and that truck.
Okay. All right.
Judge, could you go over the numbers again? Precinct 1, how many?
10.
10,
Okay, precinct 2,
10,
okay, 3,
9. 8 total.
And I currently have 7, so we're not ordering 10.
Right.
We're ordering 3 more for me.
Right. That's right, and that we are, and we also need to order, the fire marshal has 2 new positions, and he has requested 3 radios. 2 for the new employees and 1 to have in the office for the office workers. So we're gonna do that. All right, anything else about radios?
Is this gonna be something that happens pretty quick?
Yes, well,
I mean.
well, I'll have to bring the order to the court. I just need to get the numbers and figure out what all gonna be on that, and then we'll get the number, the dollar figure. Bring it to the court for approval.
Good.
All right, that closes the workshop on radios. Item number 6, discuss publishing online the commissioner court binder. And we did have one person sign up, and I don't know who's here. Steve Horowitz is not here. He's been, he's requested, that we do this, and, as I said, I had intended to have this done, earlier, and then when I realized that the packet had to be redacted for sensitive information that didn't need to be released, I didn't have the personnel to do that, and so now there's a court wish to publish it online.
Let me ask you this, the portion that's redacted, is that most usually the items that appear on the consent agenda? Is it more likely to be consent agenda items than?
Well, if we're accepting a check or something, then we have to redact the account numbers.
But Keegan, where's the majority of the redactions in the binder?
All throughout the signatures, addresses of attorneys, addresses of judges, check numbers, count numbers, all that kind of stuff.
How much of that time would that take you to do?
Some binders, they might take me a couple hours, some it might take 3 days.
We had one binder with 400 pages, yeah, but 100 of it was mine, so. Contracts.
We need to put you on the
We have
list.
to go through there, and make sure there's no personally identifiable information at all. There can be no social security numbers, no birth dates, anything of that nature that's in binders at all. So it becomes quite burdensome if there's a lot of information, so.
And this may not be a legit question, but is there a large number of the other counties that does this, or do we know?
Similarly sized counties?
Yes.
I'm not sure about similar size. I know the larger counties do it. They haven't had the staff to do it.
Yeah, and that's where I was going with that question, because with us, we really don't have the staff to spend days of going through.
Well, the issue is that if somebody issues a public information request, we still have to do it.
But that's if it's asked for. If it's not, we don't have to spend time doing it every month.
But in the effort to be transparent, you know.
I understand
if
that, I
they-
understand.
If somebody asks every meeting, you know, with an open records request, we've had to do it. If we just do it in advance, you know, we would have it out there, we wouldn't have the information request.
If you'd like me to come to the microphone, I will. In my profession, I redact private, personally identifiable information in real time. I redact a volume that would dwarf anything this county would see in a period of years. I would be happy to help consult. If you decided to publish binders and have the issue of removing personally identifiable information, I'd be happy to consult with you on methods that I use to do that. That basically eliminates human effort. There's oversight you can give, but the action of removing the identifiable information is done programmatically. So you don't have to do it by hand. So if that would help.
Well, I just don't.
The issue with that though is we can't have somebody that's not an employee of the county do that.
I think he's just saying he's gonna advise us on how we can do it.
Is it a
Not that-
program that does it, or is it?
It's AI, most likely.
It's a mathematically deterministic method of identifying the piece of information which the person identified with them, and identifies the geographic location for overlaying black box, lays that box, black box. And I would simply consult $0 as a strong consultant.
It's something that we could look at that possibly if that would be agreeable. Right.
If that was the hurdle that's preventing the public from getting access to the binder.
Part of the issue is, the time that we get that binder, being ready.
That's my next point.
Okay.
Well, right now, I'm just, do we want to publish it online? That's the first question.
Well, why would we not?
Yeah.
I'm okay with it, but the next deal is do we want to put more on Keegan that's already loaded to the top?
Have we, I was thinking about that the other day, like I feel like, but I don't know for a fact. You having a secretary and me having a secretary has taken some off of her.
Oh.
Do you think it has?
Well, I'm sure it's taken some, but.
I don't know if it's open or.
I still deal with her a lot on a lot of things and Tony.
So what he's saying is though, he can probably create an algorithm or something to basically just to do it. You put it in, the information in, and it takes it out.
I think that we cap the amount of time dedicated to remove personally identified information to a period of perhaps 1 or 2 hours of oversight. You might want to have sort of a bypass valve that says the method that we use to remove personally identified information in this case didn't work very well. So we don't want to publish this one right now because our method didn't work. But for 90% of the time, it's going to work for you. And you're going to be able to just in an hour see everything that removed, we'll double check it, looks good. So it would prevent you from having to spend days on it. It would always be an hour, it would never be days.
And I'm sure as she used it, she'd get more used to its properties and probably could move through it quicker.
Yes, ma'am.
I like that idea. Until that time, something were to be implemented, when people submit their backup for it, if they could individually redact a copy and present that at the same time, that when they're turning in their original for the court to have, they would also turn in a copy
Redacted.
redacted.
Wow.
Yeah, that's wise.
That would make more sense to me than her spending 3 days, because if it literally takes her 3 days to do it, it's just hard for me to imagine a program that can cut it down to an hour.
While I do think in the long run, it could be ran more efficiently that way in the long run, but until that point.
So, but that way we're gonna have to get everybody educated on what to redact.
Well,
The entire county.
but that's just what it is. I mean,
Just that.
does the commissioner's court, are y'all responsible for?
No.
Say the treasurer's office redacted what they know that needs to be redacted anyway?
Yeah.
Well, if the treasurer's office fails to redact it, it doesn't mean it goes in as is.
No.
We still have a responsibility to redact it.
That's true, that's very true.
So somebody still in the long run is gonna have to go
Yes,
through it.
yes.
Right.
I don't think Keegan has 3 days to do a redaction. I think her wagon's loaded most of the time.
I mean, I feel like most of them are not a 3-day deal. I feel like probably it's more of a 2 to 4 hours. But is his deal gonna cut it in half?
Probably more than
Or
that.
is his deal gonna cut it to 1 hour or 30 minutes?
Very generous offer to
Yes,
assist in
I'm
this
not-
situation, and I think that we want to, I think that I want to post the backup associated with the agenda and would be in support of
All right.
something like that.
Question number 2 on this. Which binder do we publish?
The true binder.
The Friday binder or the Tuesday binder? Because they're different. And typically the Tuesday binder has the bill payments because it takes the treasurer and the auditor's office a longer period of time to make sure all of the bills are appropriate before they'll release the bill payment. And then the minutes aren't always available until the Tuesday binder.
Well, I don't necessarily think, and from my perspective, I don't think that any of those specific changes that happened from Friday to Tuesday, like the bills being put in or the prior minutes are really the bulk of the information that folks are interested in.
That's exactly right. I think we start with what we can do. And I don't think that's what they're concerned about. I think they're concerned about wanting more information of what we're dealing with to where they know to take off work to come up here and say what they want to say. Just things that
So
they,
the binder, I mean, the agenda is published on Thursday, late Thursday afternoon. So when do we want to post the binder?
Well,
Friday at 5?
of course,
What's
we're
the
not
de- what's
making
the
any,
deadline?
we're not making any decisions
There's
today,
no deadline
but,
on publishing the binder.
That's right, yeah.
It's only on publishing the agenda.
Yeah,
that's right.
I was thinking too.
what if we try to start with Monday and then try to better it, like try to get better at, as we get better at, we might be able to post it on Friday. But I mean, it give us a cushion so that we don't put them in such a time crunch. That's just an idea.
I agree with the Mondays, like, responsible factor, let's see, birds, ever being able to take off on Friday. I'm just saying.
There you go.
I'm just saying.
That's good thinking.
Pay her.
So now your Mondays you can't miss, but you can Friday.
Well, and it's not just one time, there are also times when we put the agenda on there, like, for a contract, but the contract hasn't gotten here yet for us to do, so it gives us an extra day, so. Wait, at Monday at 5, or? Is that?
I like that.
We could start with 5, but I would hope that we could have it done by maybe noon on Monday.
Right. Well, if it's one.
You have to give them a cushion to be able to say, I need to take off Wednesday.
well, I'm not necessarily certain
Tuesday.
we need to put any hard dates or times on it, because, again, this is a workshop. We're not having motions and,
Right.
and votes, but I mean, I think we can discuss targets.
We need to work on it.
Okay, but again, the objective is to try to, figure out when it would do, when we would get it online, because the public's gonna be expecting it at X point in time. And unless we make that decision, when it's gonna be available, they're gonna be upset, those that are looking for it.
You're not trying to convince me of anything. I agree completely. I'm just saying from the technical side of what we've got here on the agenda. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right, any other discussion about publishing 4 or 5? All right, next is item 7, workshop discuss emergency management bus. For those of you that don't know or haven't seen it, we have a Bluebird bus, 55-foot bus that was acquired in 2005 from with a FEMA grant, and it is used for emergency purposes. The last time it was used for emergency purpose was the tornadoes in 2017 or 2019. And that bus was originally under the sheriff's department and became under the fire marshal's department before I became the county judge. And I, as the county judge, pretty much started taking care of it since I'm under emergency management or responsible for emergency management. And and it was housed out at the East Annex. And when we sold the East Annex, it didn't have a home for a while. But the issue is we spent in the last 2 years, we have spent time getting it taken care of, because like a lot of things in the county, maintenance was not conducted on it, and it hadn't been taken care of. So we bought new tires for it, we had all the fluids changed, we had several major things done to it. And so now the emergency management bus is sitting at the building on 1930 Graysdale Boulevard. And we have we have an electrical outlet for it to be plugged in, so it's got shore power. But it has suffered, it is suffering from a fuel injection pump failing. And spent $1,300 to get that diagnosed. And the cost to replace it from the Bluebird dealer is $12,000. And my intent, I'm telling you that now because I need help in finding, that is the authorized Bluebird dealer. We can probably get it done a whole lot cheaper than that, probably, depending on, who we use and what parts, if we use a third party or a different, supplier for the part in that regard. One, I need help with finding out who we can use, who I can talk to about getting it done. And getting it repaired. I want to get it done before the end of this fiscal year. Even though I don't have money in the budget, I only have $5,000 in the budget to maintain it. And two is I have talked with the sheriff and asked that he take over responsibility of the emergency management bus beginning the next fiscal year, because it's not, I don't have the time to do it. Vicky doesn't have the time to do it either, and it really fits under their role. And so that's what I wanted to convey.
Can I ask a question, Judge?
You may.
So you said we haven't used this 19?
We haven't, that I'm aware of. I know that Chad took it to Rolling Oaks 2 years ago. And we took it, we did use it, take it down to Maybank for a show that's put on by Kaufman County and displayed it back in September of last year, but that's technically the only times it's actually been used.
So my question is, we're putting money into this bus. We haven't used it in 7 years. Is it like insurance? We got to have it when we need it?
Yes.
So we have to have the bus even though we don't use it very often. Is it cost feasible just to have it sit there except for
Well, that's
when we need it?
hard to determine. Okay, so we basically, there was no money spent on it for 5 years. And we spent $10,000 in 24 to get everything updated or improved. And then we haven't really spent much since that time. One of the things that the sheriff's office or the communications department is talking about is it could be a temporary dispatch center. If all the equipment gets configured correctly, the equipment on it is not currently up to date as far as software. It is up to date as far as hardware.
What we used it for during the tornado.
Well, and I'd like to just make a note that, it does have the electronic black computer equipment on it that goes, funded through the Department of Homeland Security.
Right.
So Jeremy Jones has a spreadsheet on that, but so if y'all do consider trying to dispose of this bus, we need to look into how much to purchase it and their disposable allowances, as well as the
Right.
electronics.
If it's acquired under a FEMA grant, then there's special considerations if we were to get rid of it.
Yes,
I don't-
think there's 19 pieces of equipment, including modern versions, stuff like that.
Well, I'm not proposing to get rid of it. I'm just proposing that we transfer it back to the sheriff's office because he has more personnel that are able to do it. Right now, it hasn't been started in 5 weeks because I don't have the time to go out there and do it. And I don't even know if batteries are charged in that regard. So, it's somebody that has a more regular schedule that can take care of it and deal with it is one of the reasons. And ultimately, they're the ones that help determine between the emergency management coordinator and the sheriff's office. Determine the sheriff's office is the emergency command center in the event of an emergency. It's set up out there. And the bus can be used as a remote emergency command center if needed. But it has all the radios in it that we need. And,
Can I ask Bobby something?
you can ask Bobby.
So Marty went out there and cranked the bus and it runs. Will it run without a fuel injection pump working? Well, do they go out?
It may idle and it may accelerate a little setting. But when you start down the road, it will not.
Starve it
perform.
for fuel.
Right.
Yeah.
What happened?
But
So it has a lift pump on it also.
it has a lift pump on it, but that injector pump what creates the pressure to make the injectors fire. All right, so all that lift pump's doing is getting the fuel to the injector pump. And then the injector pump creates the
it's different,
So-
lots of pressure.
So Judge,
But here's the deal.
there's a guy right there.
Here's the deal on that. Just because you go out and crank that bus, more than likely, now this is my opinion and mine only. From experience, one sitting around and just go and crank it every now and then and let it sit there and run for 30 minutes. That can be a big problem on the injector pump. Because of what it's doing, the way it, because of not being used.
Well, and how much time it sat through those hard freezes and that fuel
Exactly.
getting gelled up and,
Then thawed and
yeah. So what do you think about that bid, $12,000 to replace an injector pump?
that's not unheard of, but it
It's
could be done.
I think it's a Cummins
Is
motor.
it- That's what I was gonna ask.
It is.
What motor is it? Cause there's lots of other places that can do it besides Bluebird.
That's right.
Bluebird's probably one of the highest places you could ever take.
They're using their original manufacturer.
OEM or whatever they call it.
The pump is
Defer to
6,000,
Bobby.
the installation is 5,000.
Yeah.
And that-
But a $8,000 to $10,000 or 7 to 10 on an injector pump is not unheard of.
My thoughts on the bus is when you need it, you really need it. When you don't need it, you don't need it.
That's,
Well,
But when you need
That's
it,
wild.
but when you need it, you really need it.
that's when you need it.
And when you really need it, it needs to be running.
yes.
And that's the problem.
Oh, we're getting in some deep water
Right
here.
now. So,
You know, hire somebody to drive it once a week, right?
no.
Just to blow us
With a CDO license. I think it's Bobby.
I don't think Bobby.
I think I defer to Bobby on that.
I think, but and I'm pretty confident with the diagnosis, because, it was having issues getting started, and having the leak run started a long time after it initially starts, and they got it running, then it worked. When we drove it from the library over to the building on 19, it went into limp mode twice. So that's,
And that could be more than an injector pump.
okay, well, that's, I don't know, I can check first.
But if Bluebird diagnosed it, come out and diagnosed it,
Yes.
I feel like probably
That's
that's
what it is.
where they're starting. Now,
Right.
there may be some other problems that makes it, but the pump will make it go in the limp mode.
Okay. So I'm just, giving you this information because, once we determine who's gonna fix it, I'll probably be coming back and asking to take some money out of contingency to pay for that. And we're transferring who will be responsible for it next budget year. All right.
The bus itself is an insurance policy.
Small.
The bus itself is an insurance policy, right?
Right.
It's like a small insurance policy.
That's what it is. It's insurance.
Yeah.
You need it. You don't need it till you need it.
But it needs to work,
But
like
again,
that judge said.
Yeah.
But we had 9 tornadoes in one day,
Right.
they could have easily,
So it was,
Wouldn't help
in that tornado, I believe it was parked out, in the middle of the area where the tornadoes hit to, try to help dissuade looters and, all right, so that ends our workshop. We will now move into our regular schedule at 12:14. Hopefully we can go pretty quick on this. Item number 8, discuss, consider awarding road and bridge material bids for a contract period May 6, 2026, April 30th, 2027. For culverts delivered, ASPPM delivered, Portland cement delivered, it's LRA item 330 delivered. You're up.
Good afternoon, y'all. An eventful day. This is the items, the 5 highlighted items in your binder that y'all have that we went out for rebids on because we didn't get bids on the initial bids this year. So it's strictly, they're gonna be contract dates of today through April 30th of 27 for the ASPPM. Both culverts delivered, and this is delivered on all products, and then the Portland cement. So, the folder you'll see, we actually had one, bidder per item, so we were blessed to at least get that. So this is to get y'all's approval on awarding to the highlighted ones.
Yeah,
I can call them all out if y'all like.
I didn't have a problem with what I saw on the bids. They're pretty close to what I was paying,
They
you
would
know.
award Texas Materials delivered for the ASPP home.
I think they're the only ones that make it. Are they the only ones that make that? ASPPM?
Probably.
That LRA Atom 330, we pulled out of the coal mix and made it this line biddable thing, and for delivered for that, the Vulcan Construction Materials will have that. Delivered for 14 and 16 gauge culverts. Y'all can see the email contact did not want to give a delivered price, but Wilson's culvert turned in the delivered price for both of those. And then the Portland cement, I think the company's changing when we currently use them, maybe they're being bought out, but we did get a delivered price for that.
And it's pretty close to what it was last year.
So I just need y'all to say yes or no to awarding the highlighted ones in y'all's file.
Well, because they're the only ones that bidded, right?
Make a motion,
I'll make a motion that we accept those.
and I feel compelled to second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Item 9, discuss consider approval of alley abandonment within block 26 of the original maps of Myrtle Springs, located between Van Zandt County Road 3223 and 170 Van Zandt County Road 3225 in Food State Road.
Yeah, Judge, this is one of mine, and this is not the first time this has come up and been done in Myrtle Spring. And what it is some people have a property that an alley goes through. They actually have two pieces of property, and the alley goes between them. And they're trying to sell the place as one piece. And they've come and asked that we replat it, I guess would be.
Who owns the alleys?
We do.
The county.
We do, yes. So, like I say, this was, the same thing was done right before I took office over there. I was with Keith, Commissioner Pearson, whenever he done it, and, it just was one of them deals where that, as the county, we felt like that this was not gonna ever be developed, I guess would be the way to put it. And that, you know, if it was two different people owning property on each side of it, well, then we only awarded them to the middle. So that each side got half of it. But this case, the people own both sides of that alley. So all the paperwork's been done, everything's been filed the way it's supposed to be done and everything. And I come before the court today making a motion that we do this.
This is for track 1, 2, and 3 on that.
I thought it was just two tracks, one
Track or lots?
lot, two lots.
There's a track,
Yeah.
there's a track, and then two lots.
It's between two lots, the way I, yes.
It's 2 lots, there's 3 alleyways that was drawn in there, they never came to us.
Right, yeah.
So what you're asking is for the county to abandon our interest in tract 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Do you know if the Scotts have had they had a title company review the ownership related to these 3?
As far as I know, they did. I was working with Dennis.
Usually Dennis,
But
is usually the one that does all of these because he's very
familiar with it, yes. He's the one that done the one before too.
Yeah.
You know, kind of the foundation from which I asked the question is that if when this tract was first I mean, when these tracks were first established, and this subdivision was established, I guess what you're saying is that these folks made a public dedication for these roads that, or these alleys that were never installed. Is that the way you're?
Well, from what I understand on it is that when this was all done, Myrtle Springs was being looked at being a town, city, and that afterwards they done all of this dividing up and put in, putting the right of way easements in for it all. Nothing ever became of it years ago. And we still, so I don't know if I didn't check to see, did they give all of that back to us, or would have it just been us to start with?
Well, they make a dedication to the public, and that's kind of why I was asking whether or not the original document that created this subdivision, if it dedicated it to the public, to the extent that the county we can release our, any claim to it, but I don't think we have, I don't think we have fee title to these tracks. Do you think so?
I don't know, I haven't seen the documents on it, so. See?
I'm not objecting to it. I'm just saying, I'm not certain, I'm not exactly certain what we're doing. It would be helpful
If we're releasing our easement, basically, I guess, is that what it would be?
Yeah, we're abandoning our easements to that piece.
Well, it's not really an easement. It's a dedication to the public.
Dedication of that easement.
It could be. I think that we need to determine exactly what that document was that created tract 1, 2, and 3 that's shown on this. And that'll tell us how to do it. I mean, you can't there's not magic words, in other words. We need to find out if it was a dedication to the public for an easement, that'll be different than if it was dedication to the county as a road. Or
Susan, would you know anything on that?
To the couple, but I've had to pull, some of the older ones that we've done, but I think every time we did it before.
So we just table this until we get that information?
Do that.
Can we approve it pending legal?
I would like that.
Yeah,
because they are trying to sell this place.
Well,
and as long as we get.
Well, and that's what's even more important. If they're trying to transact this, it needs to be done right. So that we can, and that's the purpose for why I'm asking this, is that if it's one way or another way, I mean.
Okay.
It has to have good.
Can I withdraw my motion? Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, it did.
Did you?
I withdraw that motion and make a motion that we go ahead and do this. Approve this with the abandon the alleyways. And with the, how would I say it, with the,
Subject to legal review.
subject to legal review.
How about a motion that says that, that we. That the county commissioners, the commissioners court, releases any interest that the county has in these 3 tracts. And that we give the county judge the authority to execute whatever documents will serve to release the county's interest in these three tracts. Because we don't know if it's an abandonment. We don't know at this point exactly what it's gonna take. But we know that we don't have any interest in holding it.
Tony,
Do we have to specify who we're releasing them to?
Well, in the motion and the second, we don't. All we need to do is give you the authority to execute whatever proper documents that releases the county's interest in tract 1, 2, and 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, we release, sign any documents that
releases the county for any interest whatsoever in that piece of property.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make that
I
motion.
mean, it could be a release or it could be a quick claim. It could be a deed without warranty.
Unless you need any interest in it.
Please don't-
I'll make
send
that
it.
motion, Judge.
Quick claim.
I'm not gonna try to go back
Do
through.
you have it, Susan? Do you have a motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you repeat all that? Could you repeat that?
No.
All right, is there a second?
Yeah, I second the motion.
All right, is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign, motion passes. Item 10, discuss, consider approval of Whispering Acres subdivision plat located in Van Zandt County Road 2410 in precinct 2.
Yes, this is Whispering Acres subdivision. And it complies with all of the requirements. It is a tier 2 subdivision, and each of these 4 tracts is over 1 acre. About 1.3 acres for each of the 4, and they all have proper county road frontage, and they have will serve letters. Although the will serve letter for TVEC was very interesting, and I'll point this out to you. I was thinking about giving him a call and saying, you haven't really said anything with what you said. He says that the above mentioned development is located on County Road 2410 within the service area of TVEC. The subject site is a 6-acre tract of the E. Willingham survey. It is my understanding this property will be developed into 4 single family residential subdivision. But it doesn't say whether or not he'll serve it but I feel quite certain that TVEC will serve these 4 houses.
It does have in the subject, electric will serve.
Will serve letter.
Yeah.
But will they or will they not? I believe that I feel confident that TVEC is going to serve all 4 of these and satisfies the requirement that we have here. But I'll speak with Mr. Talent and concerning this, but I would make a motion to approve. We also have the fire marshals, OSSF, indicating that they'll have to permit the sewage system. All 4. Yeah. And so I'd make a motion to approve the subdivision.
Second.
Is anybody here from this subdivision, Whispering Acres? Okay.
All right, motion has been made second. All those in favor say aye in a whisper. Aye. Motion passes.
Well, that's fabulous.
Item number 11, discuss, consider order to grant an exemption to the competitive bidding requirements for upgrades to the county jail. And,
Being too.
Good afternoon.
yeah, good afternoon.
How are y'all today?
Normally, good morning.
Well, this is, we require some repairs at the jail, that are needed urgently. Those repairs will exceed the $100,000 bidding requirement. So, what I'm asking here is you'll approve this order that allows the jail to proceed with those repairs, and just bypass the bidding requirements for this time. And we're allowed to do that under the local government code, but also under the Texas Administrative Code. It allows the jail to tell us what they consider as an emergency or something urgent. So that's the purpose of this order, so we can proceed with the necessary repairs.
And this is actually identical to the last time we had an emergency at the jail. It's just a exemption order and had the same company do some more work.
And what year was that?
It is either 5 to 7 years ago. I don't know the exact year. It had to replace all the control software and active. So,
Have they sought pricing on this? I've mentioned it before. I am concerned that we're getting the best deal possible for products that meet or exceed our standards. are you aware of whether or not prices were sought for these items?
I know they went to the one company, Zandt, talking about that invoice here in a little bit. The reason they went to them is because back, I think it was 2019, when Zandt was in there, they had installed the electronics that were involved with the locks. So they're coming back now.
The hardware.
With the hardware, yeah, because the hardware wasn't installed last time.
And if I remember right, when we had the people in here talking to us from the jail, was that other company that they talked to, if I remember right, their locks were not competitive with the software we already had. And it was gonna cost a whole lot more.
If y'all want Kevin to call in or Zoom, he can. I'm talking to him right now. They had a late night last night, somebody's not here. So if y'all want him to tell you, I mean, I can tell you what he's telling me, because you are saying that he thinks the locks are in emergency right now. And they did replace the software, not the hardware. They do think it's emergency, and this was the best price that they found.
It was extremely lower because we were using the same company that had the software.
Right.
We were getting the best deal possible, and that's what he told me, in their emergency, in his opinion.
If I remember right, when we had them here, it was what, 500 or 700,000 for the other company for the new software and the lock. Right.
So the last meeting we had was in the executive session. Can we talk about it now? No.
So.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's, I don't know.
Well, but it's important,
Tony.
Well, I can't see anybody around.
That
the
you
corner.
have-
Got me in this
it's
one.
important that you have one vendor controlling, responsible for the jail, lock system, doors and locks. Because you don't want finger pointing going on if we look at having a second vendor, that would provide that hardware and then, but Synaptic is the one that quoted these, and again, the locks that we have in there, are no longer made. So they can't be replaced.
I don't think anybody is questioning whether or not we want satisfactory mechanics or software in the jail. I think the question that we have is whether or not we're doing the best job for the people possible by not having folks bid this, or giving them some good reason why it should not be bid to get the lowest price possible. And so based on, if I'm summing up what I think others have said, that we have so far, Synaptic is 500,000 less than another vendor that also gave us pricing on this.
Yes, sir, that's
And
what-
so we haven't gone out for a formal bid and opened it up and, given them, 2 months to do it. We do believe that Synaptic satisfies our need and is the best price that's possible and is compatible with our existing software that's in there. Is that true?
That is true, sir, yes.
So they did go through a bid process.
Well, I had a couple.
They got quotes.
They had
They got
three,
quotes.
they had three, didn't they? Three
Right,
quotes?
3 quotes.
So they had 3 quotes, and this is the best out of the 3.
Yes.
Plus it's the same company that has software in there.
But the
Right.
difference is, I think is that this says, consider in order to grant an exemption to the competitive bidding requirements. And the difference is that the auditor's office didn't head up that bidding process, the sheriff's office headed up the bidding
Okay.
process. And so it is just our intent for transparency. We did it, but we didn't do it according to the auditor's office. And that's why we're seeking an exemption, because the jail headed up the bidding process, not the auditor's office.
That's true.
And the sheriff deems it an emergency,
The sheriff deems it an emergency.
correct? Is that what we're looking at? Yeah.
That's correct.
And that gives you the ability to bypass the normal.
Yes.
But we can't accept the bid until we approve changing the rules for this.
Exactly. Yeah. So is there a motion to grant an exemption to the competitive bidding requirement for upgrades to the county jail?
I'll make that motion.
All right, is there a second?
Second,
All right, any further discussion?
Who's saying?
I did.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Item 12, discuss, consider authorizing a contract with Zandt in the amount of $316,268.55 for upgrades to the county jail. Which is, this is the.
This is for the locks only?
No, and the intercom system.
Yeah, and the intercom, that's right.
Locks and intercom, replacing all intercoms.
And this is related this item number 12 is related specifically to item number 11 that we just voted on.
That is correct.
I'll make the motion.
All right, motion made, or second?
I'll second.
Was Ben fixing to say something? Were you fixing to say something?
I have to end those,
Let's hear it.
They will be replacing detention locks, lock cylinders, and intercoms. There's additional mounting hardware, time and labor, and travel expenses. The total is $316,268.55.
I don't know. I think I remember, I just want to say this, 20 years ago, I think Pat Burnett was the sheriff. Was it 20 years ago? Probably 15
Yeah.
years ago? And they had trouble with the locks. And I believe they replaced the locks or had to replace the locks. And it was, I think, just from trying to remember, because it was around $400,000 when they did 20 years ago.
Well, we replaced the software, I guess he said 2019.
Yeah, I think I just.
For $186,000. But when we were looking at the contract, it comes with a lifetime warranty.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
So, but the question always comes to me on lifetime warranty is whose lifetime? So.
It's gonna be the lifetime of the software, right? That's what you're thinking, right?
So,
We had a motion, we had a second.
We gotta wait for Mr. Williams. No, you can vote. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, motion passes. Item number 13, discuss, consider. Authorizing county to issue a request for proposal for the following projects that may exceed $100,000 in total cost. And item 1 is replace the video surveillance cameras system in the county jail. And item number 2, replace the fire alarm security system in the county jail. And
Hey, can I say something real quick about number 12 real quick? The
You might.
lifetime warranty is on the hardware and the software. It's on both.
Well, it's on the software that was purchased back in.
Oh, sorry, it's on the software,
Right.
not the hardware.
Not the hardware, correct.
It's on the software, not the
Because
hardware.
the hardware was not replaced.
Yes.
All right. So there are two other issues at the jail that in order to be ahead of any kind of issue with the jail commission that need to be addressed, and that is the video camera surveillance system and the fire alarm security system, both of which I believe are over 10 years old. I don't know the exact number of years. And in order to stay in compliance, or we're not out of compliance, but we don't want to get to the point where it goes out of compliance and then we have to do an emergency meeting. So this is a kind of a preventative maintenance. Plus, it'll also give us the ability to expand video surveillance to areas that we currently are not getting good surveillance on. So, but in order to be forthright, we need to do send these out for a request for proposal in order to get the bids to come back and determine which would be the best one for the county. And to make sure we have gotten quotes, but the quotes are not all equal as far as what the RFP would specify exactly what it is we're looking for, so that all the people quoting the same amount, same items. So
this isn't an authorization to buy anything. This is a request for companies to give us pricing.
that is correct. Authorize us to go out for bid.
And once we get our pricing back in, that would come back before the commission and the commission would have the opportunity to talk about it and discuss.
Just like we did a while ago.
We
on
would,
the
we would
software.
probably establish a scoring committee that would then score the bids, the RFPs that come back in and come back with a recommendation to the commissioner's court.
But I'm saying that our approval or disapproval today doesn't give anybody the authority to spend any money. It's the authority to look at bids, and then it'll come back before the commission, and then the folks can discuss. The people in the community can discuss those bids.
Right.
Will we have to go through another exemption since this didn't go through the auditor, since the sheriff
No, it's
is?
going through the auditor. The RFPs will be going through the auditor's office.
Right.
Okay.
So,
The sheriff didn't do that on the last one, probably because it was an emergency and he needed to move.
Okay.
all right, so is there a motion to authorize the county to go out for RFP for these two items?
So before we spend any money, we will have a detailed explanation of what kind of problems they're having or possibly having.
Right.
I'm talking about on the surveillance and.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
I make the motion.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, not sign. Motion passes. Item 14, discuss consider a 15% cash match for the new Benton County Sheriff's Office CIOT and OPLS LOW grants approved by the Commissioner Court on Tuesday, April 7, 2026, and approved the grant budget funds to be established.
Okay, this, what we're requesting here is basically an adjustment to the budget. We are receiving a grant. The grant is, there's actually two. There's a STEP grant, operational slowdown, and a click it or ticket grant, which is separate, but the amounts are the same. Each grant is $5,986.55, and it requires a $1,056.57 match
For each grant.
for each grant. So it's $1,000 for each grant. And this would be, up to you, tell me where you want that adjustment to come from, if it's gonna come out of the sheriff's budget.
Mitch's budget.
Or the general fund.
Tell me how you really feel.
Motion.
Yeah,
Yeah, fix the budget.
I'm having a migraine right now and y'all are causing it.
I'll redact that motion.
We're only talking about $2,000, and is it not feasible that could be absorbed by the sheriff's current budget?
Yes,
Okay.
it's just decide where you want, because in practice it's been done different. It's, oh yeah, either way, basically.
Right.
So you're free to choose.
I think that it's great to participate. We can get these grants and work on some of these projects. It gives the officers, additional time. So I'd make the motion to make the 15% cash match for both of these grants that we already approved.
Where's it gonna come from?
Well, where's it gonna come from? Do we wanna just do contingency and put it into the sheriff's budget? Or do we wanna?
Yeah, I'll amend my motion to include it come from contingency rather than Mitch's budget.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
All right, motion is made and seconded, to allow the 15% cash match to come from the contingency account. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, last time, motion passes. Item number 15. Discuss, consider ratifying a one-year contract with LexisNexis for legal research services for the district attorney office. This is a contract that we had that expired at the end of March, that they didn't get us the information until mid-April, before I could get it on to the commissioner's court. And I went ahead and signed the contract. It's just for 1 year, $790 a month. And so I'm just asking for a ratification.
But that money that you're using, that we're using to pay for that comes out of a fund that is established that can only be used for legal research.
That is correct.
And there's not any other place that it can be used. And it is a substantial benefit to our attorney's office to have LexisNexis available, which is used in a variety of areas that not only people who come in for legal research downstairs use, but our own attorneys use that LexisNexis research as well. So that's money that can't be used anywhere else other than in the legal. So
it comes through court filings and fines, or the people filing stuff, they have to pay a court fee. And that's where it gets earmarked for this.
I'd make the motion to approve the county judge sign the contract. And ratifying such signature.
Second. Okay.
Who's second?
Me.
Commissioner Moore. Item 16, discuss, consider accepting not to exceed 2 payments from Joel Corona for road repairs caused from logging activity on Van Zandt County Road 4511, Van Zandt County Road 4506, in the total amount of $5,300.
Yeah, this is mine. So Corona Logging.
I'm told we didn't vote on that last one.
Oh,
So all those in favor of item number 15?
Aye.
Okay, I'm sorry. Apologize. Thank you.
It's been a long day.
All right, item 16.
you gonna read it again?
No.
Okay. So Corona Logging, they do a lot of logging in my precinct, and I spoke to Mr. Corona, and they were logging on road 4505, and to get out they had to go through 4506 and 4511, and their trucks demolished my culvert. And he is bonded, and we told him about this, and we could put on his bond. And we fixed it. It was $5,300 total cost, what it cost the county to fix it. And he wanted, instead of putting on his bond, he just said, "Hey, can I pay it out of my pocket? I'll pay you 2 payments." Now I've dealt with this guy for 4 years, and he just wants to pay it for it out of his pocket. And we said, that's fine. 2 payments and get it taken care of. That way it doesn't go on his bond. And I agreed to it and brought it to court. And so I get approval for him giving us 2 payments that would total for $300 for the repairs. So that's my motion, is to accept
You make that motion.
2 payments.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, motion passes. Item number 17, discuss, consider issuing a request for qualifications for architectural services for the facility located at 1930 North Draysdale Boulevard. This is actually a motion that was passed at the last commissioner court meeting, but there may not have been adequate discussion about it. So I put that same thing back on here to discuss why we're doing this. And a request for a bid for qualifications is what we did back when we were looking at a jail. And that is for architects to submit what their qualifications are in regards to what the specific items that we want. And then we go through and have a scoring committee. They evaluate the qualifications that are submitted and determine who is going to be the winner. Okay, what this is for services for the facility located at 1930 Trades Days Boulevard. And the services are the design and layout of the facility to move into when we do the renovation courthouse restoration. And so we need to have, before we can determine what the costs are going to be to do the finish out work, we have to have an architect do a drawing and do a layout so that layout can be used for the costing. And in order to do that, we need to have an architect, a registered architect to do that.
Can you explain whether or not we could just go out for bid and why?
Well,
Is it legal or illegal, Tony, for us to go out for bid for these professional services?
For professional services, you have to go out and request for qualifications. And then the committee has to take a look at those qualifications. Those individuals that have submitted their qualifications, the panel has to decide based upon those submissions, who's the most qualified. Who has submitted their qualifications.
Is it legal or illegal for us to just submit for pricing rather than for qualifications?
Is it illegal or legal?
Yeah, Texas government code indicates that we have to do it. We have to ask for a request for qualifications. We can't just put out a bid request.
You have to do a request for qualifications prior to issuing a request for an architect. In other words, the panel has to decide who's the most qualified based on the criteria that the panel decides.
Right.
Before you issue.
Right, it's based on qualifications, not on price.
Correct.
Once an architect is decided, and then that architect will submit what
Their pricing.
their pricing.
Right.
And we don't have to accept that pricing.
That's correct. That's correct. You don't have to accept pricing that they submit. You have to determine based on their qualifications and pricing at that.
Right.
So this will come back before the commissioner's court before any money is spent, before anything is signed on the dotted line that commits money from the taxpayer.
That's correct, simply because of the fact that the individuals brought back based on their qualifications. The panel gets the ability to make further inquiry as to their costs, and they do not have to accept that individual. Even though they may be the most qualified.
Okay.
Who is on the panel?
We'll come back, I mean, the scoring panel,
Yes.
we'll come back and make that decision on the next.
What are the qualifications for the panel to examine the qualifications for the architect? I was just curious. Do we have any qualifications for the panel?
No.
I know that no, sir, I'm not qualified to. I don't know that I would be qualified. I don't, like, what do you look like? I'm sure you've done this before. What are you looking for on the qualifications, like their license, what they've built?
No, what their prior experience is.
Right, so,
Okay.
yeah, so that's why I said, like, what they've done.
Samples of their work, that's what they're gonna submit, samples of their work, and.
It's like a review of their CV, typically that's a curriculum vitae or a resume they've had and past work experience.
They usually send you, it's a booklet about that big, and for example, for the jail, I think we had 6. And the committee looked at it, scored them all, and then scored them all individually. Nobody knew what the scores were. Then once the scores were done, the committee met, and the top 3 highest scores got an interview. And then those 3 we interviewed, and then the committee hired them.
Who sits on this scoring panel?
We don't have one yet.
That's what I asked.
Make that decision.
Right, and who would be qualified to sit? I mean, how do you determine, what's the pool from which you pick this scoring commission?
I think on that last one that we didn't do, you may have already been in office, but for the jail, I think there was 2 of the commissioners, you
And me,
and Keith.
and we had
And
the
then
sheriff
the sheriff
was on it,
and
Kenny was on
Kenny
it,
was on it.
Tonda was on it.
I don't know who picked them.
What about citizenry?
What do you mean?
Having somebody that's not in government.
Oh,
on
yeah.
that panel.
I think we should have somebody sit. Did we have a citizen, Kenny?
I don't remember.
Well, we can discuss that when we.
But no, I think citizenry should be on the committee, to answer your question.
Yeah, maybe a couple, if we could find somebody.
All right, well, if we're gonna include citizenry, et cetera, that can participate in this, then I'd make a motion to issue a request for qualifications for architectural services for the facility.
All right, motion is made, is there a second?
I'll say that.
Bobby got it.
He had it last time. But I'll give it to him again. All right, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign, motion passes.
Bobby gets everything.
Yeah. All right, item number 18, discuss consider authorizing the county to issue a request for proposal for the installation of a fire sprinkler system that may exceed $100,000 in total cost. Facility located at 1930 North Trade Chase Boulevard. The building over there, the north building, which is a single story building, does not have a fire system. It was built in 1986. The south building, which is a two-story building, does have a fire sprinkler system in it. The city of Canton has informed us that they could not issue us a certificate of occupancy until we have a fire sprinkler system installed in the old facility. And I haven't specified as far as, can we get a certificate of occupancy on the other one? But in any event, we're gonna need to do that if we're gonna try to use it, which that means, in our intent is not to finish out the north side building, but probably use it for record storage. During the and the construction storage during the build finish out of the other side. But we still would have to have, in order to satisfy the city of Canton, we would have to have a sprinkler system. And I've gotten some preliminary estimates, and some of them are over 100,000. So
Yeah, Judge, that may not be our intent. That might be, I mean, everybody may have different ideas about what the north building is used for and the south building. Yeah, so it's not something we've discussed or anything of that nature.
It's a thought.
And so that's really more
okay,
the point is that all that's still up in the air. But I think it's certainly wise to have a request for proposal, find out what it's gonna cost. We don't want to have an asset out there that we can't use if we needed to use it. So I would at least like to know what it would cost to do that. So I agree.
We also need to find out, and I reached out to the state. I hadn't heard back from them yet, but you have a fire sprinkler system, then you also have a fire, they call it a firewall, and then also something that they hook hose up to. What is the city's requirements, and what do we have to have a sprinkler system, or is there other suppression systems that we can use? I don't know if we have the answers to that, but regardless, we still have to have something.
No, I have, and there, and further, this is not spending any money to see, I don't know what it is, but I also understand that there's potential that if the facility is just being used for storage, that you could get use certain provision of the fire code that doesn't require sprinkler system.
So we can find, I mean, that's not pertinent to what we're doing today, just in the future.
Right.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
I would make that motion that we go out for the RFP. Because at the same time, like Cliff has said on the others, it's not costing us anything at this point.
Right.
So I make a motion that we go out for these RFPs.
Motion been made in a second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign, motion passes. Item number 19 is the consent agenda. Consent agenda items considered routine by the Commissioners Court will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate action. Discussions on these items unless the county judge or a commissioner requests an item be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. We do need to remove item F. It was left on where I was told it's not in our binder, and so it's not ready yet, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's F.
It was actually on the last commissioner's board.
Okay.
It just got put over by mistake.
Okay.
We actually voted on this last.
Okay. So we don't need to, is there a motion to accept consent agenda minus item number F?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
We ain't gonna have a problem with somebody motion this next one.
All those opposed.
I'll make that motion.
Item number 20, adjourn. The motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Motion made second, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, left not. We're adjourned at 12:58.
Oh.
I didn't know. Thank you,
Well,
everyone. Judge, this is a record for me. It's gotta be the longest commissioner school meeting I've done.
How you feeling? How you feeling?
Well, I'd rather go the other direction. You're at the one that I said, she ready? Yeah, she likes to. I remember Virgil leaving the meeting one time, 7 minutes.
Yeah.
We made it. We made that. I don't care.
I'm gonna file for retirement after today. I think I've been here long enough.
Automatic, yes. Yeah, tell you, I said, how.
Until next time.
Until next time. So we meet in Jasper, yeah, there you go.
I have a tremendous headache.
You know what, I'm getting Susan a good day. Let's let that.